Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our meeting to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have a quorum?
Yes, you do. Mr. Crawford is attending.
Very good. Thank you. I would like to ask everyone to join us in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. As you know, our state board meetings are recorded, and the public can access our meetings on our MSDE website, State Board MSDE website, through our vendor, town hall streams, and YouTube. As you know, you can register to provide public comment virtually or in person. Zoom is our platform. If for some reason you have some challenges with Zoom, we ask you to just use the audio feature. And as usual, our videos, agenda, and materials are posted online. This morning we'd like to welcome Dr. Carrie Wright to her first meeting and second day on the job. I was gratified. I came in early this morning. I said, I'm going to get here early. I'm just going to see whether she came back. So first thing I did was as soon as I dashed in here this morning a little early, I ran down to her office. The light was on. I said, well, I felt relieved. You know, she came in, she spent a day with us, and she then decided to come back a second day. So that's all right. That's all right. So we're excited about having her. Just want to mention, you know, again, Dr. Wright is serving as the interim state superintendent. She enjoys the full support and the board, and in that role, she has the full support of the board in terms of carrying out all of the duties and responsibilities of the state superintendent of schools. So we're just very excited about having her join us, and we look forward to working with her over the coming months. As we move now, transition into the public comment period, just want to remind everyone that I will call upon our guests in the order in which they registered. We will first call upon our virtual guests, and then we will then call upon our guest here in the boardroom. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Mr. Hands will monitor that time. When your time expires, we ask you to complete your sentence, but to make no further remarks. Please address your comments to the entire board. While we will not respond to the comments, please be advised that we take your comments very seriously. If you have any written materials or other material that you would want the board to see, if you would provide those to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that we receive them. So we'll start out virtually. We'll start out with Ms. Saroff. How are you doing, Ms. Saroff?
I am doing as well as I would say can be expected. I am out of town with a family emergency.
Oh.
But I took time because I wanted to welcome Dr. Wright and let her get to know me and where I'm coming from, because I'm pretty much a regular around here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So she's going to have to get used to me. Dr. Wright, welcome to Maryland. I hope that you continue to come back, because we need somebody with your caliber. I'm Sharon Saroff. I am a special education advocate, and I have been doing this advocacy for a little over 20 years. And I'm coming here because my concerns are the concerns of others, and I want you to be familiar with what Maryland really needs. Our special ed kids have an experience of Maryland swinging on the pendulum. Right now, we are on the item of less is more. And I will like to emphasize that less is never more, less is less. If you try to put every child with a disability into a general education classroom because you want them to be with their non-disabled peers, you have to recognize that not all of these kids will thrive in that environment. Some of them require specialized environments to thrive. And I'm seeing more and more that we are forcing kids into the general education environment, which has larger classrooms and not enough time to really get the supports and the special education services they need. The other big thing that I need Maryland to recognize is high school needs to be more than just looking at how many credits I need for graduation. We need to look at the quality of those credits and not graduate students who don't have basic skills, because we're doing a lot of that. High school graduation needs to be more than just credits. We need to make sure that these kids are ready, some of them for college, some of them for the workforce, but always having those basic skills. And that needs to be forefront in our minds. Again, welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones? Is she? Okay. Ms. Jones? Okay, we'll move on. I'd like to recognize Ms. Bost.
Good morning, President Crawford.
Good morning, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. Good to see you after the great gala and Teacher of the Year ceremony.
Yes, outstanding.
So I wanted to say welcome, Dr. Wright. I'm Cheryl Boast, 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association. Welcome to the interim superintendency. I look forward to meeting with you and continuing the work that we've been doing with the State Department and the state board as we represent educators throughout Maryland. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Superintendent Chaudhary. Over his tenure, we were able to meet almost monthly and make great progress in communication. And I'm looking forward to that continuing and wishing him well. I want to start covering lots of different topics. I want to start as you discuss the college and career ready standards today. Know that educators do support the inclusion of the GPA as another facet for students to prove that they are college and career ready. We think that a test does not show us everything and can be a barrier for so many. And as we talk about a test, we will be looking and hopefully work with all of you to make sure that the praxis is not the only indicator of teacher success as well. During a time we included a GPA for teacher candidates, induction requirements, and we believe with the legislature also interested in this, it is time to remove the praxis as the only thing that allows somebody to come in and get their certificate. Also, as part of that, it is time, we believe, to re-examine student learning objectives, SLOs, regarding their time consumption, their effectiveness or lack thereof, and really take another examination of the worthwhile process in really evaluating our educators. And I also want to speak to one of your COMAR items today, the student intervention regulations dealing with restraint and seclusion. We appreciate you taking some of the comments that the public provided and formulating what you have before you today. But I will still bring up that the training that needs to take place for everyone on the staff is critically important. I would encourage the state to put together webinars, scenarios. What does this look like if you're a bus driver versus a classroom teacher versus in the cafeteria? What resources available? The people who get trained the least are our education support professionals, and they're the folks that are often in charge of one-on-one student management. So as we move into this, I know it's part of statute, I know it's part of a DOJ, but it's getting it right the first time as this rolls out and not leaving it to each jurisdiction to interpret. So lots to cover. I look forward to continuing to work with the state board. And again, welcome, Dr. Wright.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Ms. Reyes?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you
Buenos
doing?
dias. Good, thank you. So I am very excited to be here. I'm an advocate in the childcare community. I am constantly working with other providers and my colleagues to be able to elevate and to emphasize that early childhood education is essential for our state in Maryland. And therefore, we are always highlighting the important role of really putting into consideration that childcare is essential also, and we are part of education. And therefore, today, I just want to highlight some concerns and also applaud, what MSDE has been working and in what it means, the childcare scholarship. As you all know, we have heard from MSDE that the funds might run out. And I just want to highlight and to point it out that this is important part of what a lot of our families need. This support system is essential for them. So we need to continue providing funding for this. We also, you're gonna hear today as well from other colleagues that this support system is such important for them. As you all know, the child care community for many of our families and children, is the only support system that they have. So it is worrisome for me and for many of us to know that maybe this is going to diminish. We are happy and we are glad that things have improved in the system and our families are able to access a much fast speed the benefits, but there are still some things that we can do better. And I suggest today that we continue doing surveys so we can learn how we can improve the system. One of the suggestions that I do is that to listen, particularly for the people who are in the field, the people who work every day with the families and from the families. And as an immigrant and Latina, I would like for the state to listen to those people whom English may not be the first language, but they have so much to say. In addition, I would like to mention that a lot of my colleagues, even though we are receiving early payments, we are still facing other issues such as overpayments. And this is an issue that we would like to, let you know, because we are trusting the system. We are trusting the state government that they have a system in place that it will be benefit for the families and the children. And I think that when we are, many of our colleagues receiving letters that now you owe money to the state, it is very worrisome because, as you know, we need these funds to be able to run the centers and to maintain our teachers in the field as well. So I would love for you to pay more attention now with the blueprint. I think a lot of our families, are going to be able to access, this idea of the universal pre-K. But once again, the mixed delivery system is essential, and we need to have these services able to run quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. Ms. Roberts King.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here to also express my strong support for uninterrupted funding of Child Care Scholarship in the state of Maryland. And I'm privileged to add my testimony as a representative of the nonprofit organization Downtown Baltimore Child Care, which is celebrating our 40th year of providing child care in Baltimore City. There are three stakeholders when it comes to thinking about child care scholarship: young families, providers, and you all at MSDE. And I think all of us have a lot of experience looking at budgets that maybe don't quite yet balance. Young families, by definition, are at the beginning of their earning power, yet in order to realize their potential in their careers and as taxpayers, they need one of the most resource-intensive services around, childcare. And the result of that is often a family budget that just doesn't balance and sacrifices are made. I can also guarantee you, as a member of the early childhood community, that we also have lots of experience looking at budgets that simply don't add up. And this isn't a matter of poor business practices, a lack of education, or even a casualty of just not thinking creatively. The reality is that the youngest citizens of Maryland are expensive to care for and educate, and to do it well costs even more. The continued funding for the Child Care Scholarship is uniquely suited to address disparities in access to quality early childhood education. Our centers are in Baltimore City, an area that is living with the legacy of generations of redlining. Research tells us unequivocally that the first 5 years of life are a period marked by unprecedented brain growth. Putting those elements together, we all stand to benefit when children are learning and growing in settings that truly represent our communities and our state. Funding the Child Care Scholarship is a tangible step forward towards assuring equity. As you all look at your budgets in the coming days, I implore you to make the decisions necessary to avoid the option of a wait list and to assure uninterrupted, robust funding for the Child Care Scholarship in Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Ms. Benavides?
Good morning, President Crawford.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, Interim State Superintendent Wright and members of the State Board. My name is Elizabeth Benavides. I am Director of Outreach at the Hussman Institute for Autism and a Special Education Advocate. I'm here today as co-chair of the Education Advocacy Coalition, a coalition of approximately 50 organizations and individuals concerned with education policy of students with disabilities in Maryland. The EAC warmly welcomes Dr. Wright during her first week as the interim state superintendent and thanks the state board for appointing such a highly qualified and strong leader for this critical period of transition as Maryland continues to ramp up implementation of the transformational blueprint for Maryland's future. We look forward to the recommendations of the Blueprint Special Education Work Group and hope that Dr. Wright will be deeply involved in that work. Today, we would like to share some of the priority issues that the EAC is focused on as we seek to improve the educational experiences and outcomes of students with disabilities. First, we know this board is poised to approve this afternoon the regulations banning seclusion in Maryland's public schools and limiting the use of restraint in all schools in Maryland. We will closely follow the implementation of these regulations. We hope that these regulations will move Maryland forward and reducing the use of these aversive behavior interventions. Staff in schools throughout the state frequently struggle to provide appropriate positive trauma-informed behavioral supports to students. MSDE has a critical responsibility to provide training, support, and guidance to school systems, public agencies, and non-public schools, and to ensure compliance with the regulations. Second, we're deeply concerned about the lack of progress toward improving academic achievement for students with disabilities, starkly evident in the most recent MCAP results, which show that students with disabilities have not rebounded to even their low levels of pre-pandemic achievement. We hope to work with MSDE under Dr. Wright's leadership to ensure the effective implementation of IDEA so that all students with disabilities receive the high-quality special education services to which they are entitled, and so that all general and special educators are well prepared to meet the needs of all students. In addition, we continue to be concerned about significant disproportionality in special education eligibility determinations, overly restrictive educational placements, and discipline for Black and Brown students with disabilities. The EAC looks forward to the opportunity to meet with you, Dr. Wright, to discuss these issues and others affecting students with disabilities and their families. Again, we extend a hearty welcome back to Maryland and share our commitment to working with you to move Maryland forward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. At this time, we'll now turn to our guests that are here in person in the boardroom. We'll go to Ms. Gardner. Welcome. Good to see you again.
It's great to see you again as well, President Crawford, members of the State Board, and welcome Interim Superintendent Wright. It's a pleasure to be in the room with you. For the record, my name is Shamoya Gardiner. I am the Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland. I do believe that you all have our written remarks already. All right, I'm seeing some nods. Excellent. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the organization, Strong Schools Maryland was founded in direct response to the formation of the Kerwin Commission, which gave us those recommendations that eventually became the blueprint for Maryland's future. Now that we're monitoring implementation of the law, we have also shifted our mission and the attention of our statewide grassroots organizing network to advocate for continued funding, transparency in implementing the blueprint, and equitable access to the necessary information that all school communities and constituencies need, as well as ensure that we are working with those implementing partners to continue to surface the issues that are relevant to them when it comes to the blueprint for Maryland's future. One thing that is absolutely vital that Strong Schools Maryland continues to ring the bell on is that we have to be clear with the residents of Maryland about what the vision is for the implementation of the blueprint. There are some great examples that the MSDE has been utilizing in its social media, highlighting the opening of new Judy and Patty centers, etc. However, implementation has been going on for several years now. The blueprint is not yet fully funded. We have some difficult economic times ahead, and with this key transition in leadership, it's really essential that all Marylanders, students included, I'm talking about all students, not just our straight A students, the ones who are suspended, the ones who are chronically late to school, their families and school communities understand what they are due and how it is that they can engage at the local level to ensure that implementation really is a practice in co-creating the system of world-class schools that are promised. This summer, Strong Schools Maryland went on the 2023 tour for Maryland's Future, in which we just, engage with communities across the state that are not yet already members of our network. And in the course of this work, there is a one-pager and a full report also attached to our comments to you all. We discovered that outside of our network, there are still Marylanders who have no idea what the Blueprint for Maryland's Future is, who still don't completely understand that the issues our schools are facing now are about implementing, are about bringing this promise into a realistic landscape. And so as we move forward, we hope to meet with you, Dr. Wright. We hope to continue to have conversations with you all on the state board. It was an absolute pleasure to welcome Vice President Dr. Josh Michael to the last Blueprint Coalition meeting. It was very informative, and we hope as we continue to surface issues that you all will remain in communication with us so that we can all work together to ensure that the Blueprint for Maryland's Future really does bring about what is promised. The last thing I'll note is, again, funding. We are quickly approaching the 2024 legislative session. It is our understanding that the MSD would have had a legislative agenda under previous leadership. We'd love to ensure that fully funding the Blueprint remains a priority for you all this coming session. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Ms. Tamu? Ms. Push, welcome. Welcome again. Good to see you again.
Okay. Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Education. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Christina Push, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association. Additionally, I proudly serve as the co-chair of the Office of Child Care Advisory Council, and I am a commissioner on the State Early Childhood Advisory Council. I am here in person to offer a warm welcome, or should I say welcome back, to the new interim superintendent, Dr. Wright. Your incredibly impressive resume, including literacy reforms in the early childhood arena, your strong leadership and advocacy for early childhood, along with your collaborative initiatives in pre-K, gives the child care and ECE community hope for the future, maybe even our own Maryland miracle. I am also here this morning to shed light on critical concerns related to the Child Care Scholarship Program under your purview. Maryland State Department of Education has publicly shared the Child Care Scholarship Program is on track to run out of funds by January 2024. This program is a lifeline for Maryland families who need to work, participate in training programs, or further their education. Child care is an economic and equity imperative which directly and indirectly impacts everyone. Maryland child care providers and the families we serve respectfully ask the new superintendent and the Board of Education to act now to avoid a wait list for the state's most vulnerable families. We must make certain that enough funds are dedicated to this important first scholarship for Maryland's children for the remainder of fiscal year 2024, and that there is enough funding in MSD's FY 2025 budget to ensure there is no shortfall in the program next year. We are asking the MSD make an emergency funding request of the Board of Public Works to replenish the scholarship program until a discrepancy appropriation can be passed by the General Assembly to cover the rest of the current fiscal year. We also ask that MSDE's FY 2025 budget request includes a sufficient funding for the scholarship program for the coming year. This critical program should not become a casualty of its own success and the overwhelming need across Maryland for financial assistance to pay for child care, a top 3 household expense and one of 28 states in which child care costs are higher than college tuition. The impact of the funding cliff as our ARPA dollars are expended is real. You heard from recommendations from our 2 invited stakeholders from Baltimore City and Prince George's County, both geographic jurisdictions with the highest use of child care scholarship programs. We again ask for MSD to survey the child care scholarship service providers and parents to ensure important feedback is captured and determine the strength and need and areas of need for this program. In closing, the Child Care Scholarship Program is a critical component of the child care industry recovery and overall sustainment of services for all working families, not just scholarship families. We ask you to support children in the workforce and the economy by ensuring all Marylanders have access to affordable licensed child care, quality child care, and Maryland will continue to count losses without more investments. And finally, Governor Moore said he would leave no one behind. Please do not leave the essential childcare providers, the children, and the families they serve behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. This time we'd like to hear from Ms. Douglas. Shalimar.
Yes,
How are you doing?
I am doing well.
Welcome, welcome.
How are you? Thank
Doing
you.
well.
Good, good. Greetings. May peace be with you, President Crawford and Vice President Josh Michael and members of the board. And greetings and peace be with you, and welcome Dr. Carrie Wright. It gives me great pleasure to be here on your second day as interim state superintendent. I am Shalimar Douglas. I am an educator. I am an advocate for educators. I am an advocate for Black and Brown educators. Mari, I'm here today I'm speaking on behalf of Mari. I am the chair of the Maryland Alliance for Racial Equity and Education. Mari is a coalition of education advocacy, civil rights, and community-based organizations that are committed to eliminating racial disparities in Maryland's education system. Mari works to ensure K-12 educational experiences of Black and Brown children are joyful, healthy, equitable, engaging, culturally affirming, and free from policies and practices rooted in systemic and structural racism. I say to this board, by investing in Black and Brown students' education, we create a stronger future for all of Maryland's children. Mari wants to work with the leaders in creating a racially equitable public education system that centers Black and Brown students. Together, we can ensure every Black and Brown child in Maryland receives an excellent education. Mari extends our sincere appreciation and gratitude to the outgoing superintendent for his service to Maryland Public Schools and shared commitment to improving the learning experiences and outcomes of Black and Brown students. Mari is pleased that this board decided that they would continue to benefit from Chaudhry's innovative and expert education policy knowledge and education equity justice aligned principles in his position as senior advisor for the State Board of Education. And I just want to add in here that is we're watching the board and we're watching the AIB, and when we see people make moves like you all did with how you held on to Chaudhry in a different position, it says that you value what he brought and that, we didn't throw it all away. We say, what can we benefit from here and how can we move forward with this? So I want to say that was a good strategic move. With Superintendent Chaudhry at the helm, the Maryland State Department of Education dedicated itself to addressing the persistent lack of investment in Black and Brown students, students from low-income communities, students with disabilities, and multilingual learners, and the resulting disparities in academic achievement across these student groups. And I'm going to just submit mine in writing, but can I say something for 2 seconds?
Yes, please.
I want to give a shout out to Josh and Dr. Irma Johnson.
Give a shout out to Josh.
Wait a minute. I had to give a shout out to Josh and Dr. Irma Johnson because they have been critical in the work that I have been doing in Baltimore City with making sure that our Black and Browns conditionally certified educators earned their certification, and their colleges, UMBC and Coppin State University, were critical in that partnership. So I want to blast them right now.
Okay, thank you much. If you see me during the course of the meeting looking at this thing, it's because I'm getting messages from time to time on topics here and things that we're doing. Otherwise, I would not be looking at that. So if you see me, it's because I'm generally responding to something related to what's going on here in the meeting. The other thing I just want to just highlight, and get Ms. McCusker to just say a word about, was the Teacher of the Year event. It was outstanding. We had about 800 people there. This is the first time since the pandemic. We had about 8 or 9 board members who were able to attend. It was just a very, very nice event. I got a chance to meet some of the the Teachers of the Year and from the different LEAs and talked to people. It was just such a nice thing. The governor came, told a story about education and how a teacher changed his life when he told this story. There's 800 people in the room. When he told the story, the room went absolutely quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. So we appreciate him coming in. And then we were honored to have Ms. McCusker deliver remarks on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. I had no idea I was going to be asked to speak today.
That's all right. You can handle it.
The gala was an absolute joy to attend. It had been several years since there had been a gala, and I was humbled to be asked to speak on behalf of the board and share some of my experiences as a Teacher of the Year. Maryland does it like no other. Our Teacher of the Year program is one of the top in the state, and the experience that the teachers are going to have in this coming year, the networking that they're going to experience, the different culture and across Maryland. We call it America in miniature because it really is. You get everything in the state of Maryland, and they're going to see all of it, and they're going to see it from the perspective of an educator and continue to hone their craft. And it was just wonderful to see all of them get their red carpet moment and be recognized. Teachers often work in the shadows quietly going about their business, and it was cool to see them come up on stage in their beautiful gowns and kind of have that moment. So it was awesome to have it happening again, and I hope that we continue to have that recognition for these teachers every year.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done, MSDE. At this time, we're now going to move to our consent agenda items. We have 3 items: the approval of the meeting minutes, the personnel actions, and the budget adjustments September 2023. As has been our practice, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you very much. We're now moving to our stakeholder engagement. We're very honored to have Dr. Jeff Lawson come up from PSSAM and to share with us some information, and we're excited to hear that. Also want to just continue to explore how can we work even more effectively together to ensure that we can educate all of the children in the state of Maryland. So, Dr. Lawson, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to be back.
Good to see you.
Mary Pat Fannin, our executive director, loads me with information. She's behind me. And I feel like it's a cramming thing. And I'll forget invariably a fair amount of stuff here, but please ask questions.
You want to have her come up? She's more than welcome.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, it's entirely yours.
Mary Pat, would you like to join me? Okay.
She's behind you. She's behind you.
I'm with you as long as it goes well. Thank you. A few things I'd like to share with the group this morning. Again, encourage, please, dialogue, questions along the way. We have some updates from PSSAM as an organization. As you likely know, we're really taking some steps to become more strategic and more broad-based with our relationships, with our efforts in terms of advocacy, as well as supporting students. A couple things is I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment and recognize 2 folks that are in the room this morning with us. Dr. Tiara Booker-Dwyer, who is a MSD alum. Raise your hand. She is a senior policy associate for the Region 4 Comprehensive Network. They have done just simply outstanding work for us, and I'll speak more to that in a minute. And the director, Janine Hildreth, is here with us as well. And I can't say enough about the work they've supported us with on two fronts, really. We're in the process of creating a new strategic plan. And secondly, and I'll speak to this in greater detail in a second, is we have an aspiring superintendents academy that's now in its second year, and the work that they've done has just been second to none. So anybody listening, anybody needing that kind of support, we strongly advocate. They're collaborative, they're smart, that always helps. And on another note, they're supporting the Eastern Shore Consortium with a new principals academy as well. So again, kudos to those folks for supporting us. As I mentioned, we are in the process of completing a new strategic plan. I'll speak to that more in a second. We will be announcing our State Superintendent of the Year, and I can go ahead and proudly announce to you that this year's winner will be, no, I can't announce it. had you on the edge of your seats though, didn't I?
Do you know who it is?
Maybe.
You know, on the Teacher of the Year, they never tell us.
I know.
They just said they're afraid that we will
Mary
leak it,
Pat's
so.
heart just dropped in her chest when I said, she's like, he's not going to say it. Yeah, so, well, you know, obviously we think, listen, we think we do it right in Maryland. We have 24 superintendents. It's a close group, well connected with each other. The collegiality there, the professional networking is there, so we're really proud of the work we do. And so again, that will be announced November 2nd. A new initiative this year, in fact, yesterday was really the kickoff. We had 18 of our associate superintendents around the state, the chief academic officers for, again, 18 of the 24 counties. We're really pleased. We are creating PSSAM's Council of Chief Academic Officers. I think it's something that's been a long time coming. Many of you likely know we do have Maryland Negotiating Service. We have the CFOs, the chief financial officers. They meet routinely. And we see those being independent and yet supportive arms of MSDE. You know, the collaboration is there, the coordination of interest is there, but at the same time, these chief academic officers need their own independent voice on issues that are very central to superintendents. One thing I can say about superintendents is that we tend to all have our own styles, our own unique backgrounds. Some of us are more wired into the teaching and learning issues than others, and that tends to be a function of our upbringing as professionals. I came up as a more grounded in curriculum and instruction. It was a choice I made intentionally, and so that was something that I take a great deal of interest in. But some of our superintendents come up more through the administrative side, the negotiations, HR, business, and you know, that's their background, and so I think that diverse nature of the superintendents. But where I'm going with this is the chief academic officers can serve as a tremendous resource for superintendents who might not be as well grounded in curriculum instruction as some of the other superintendents. So we see it as a real opportunity. There was a real energy at yesterday's meeting. Quickly, 5 or 6 associate superintendents stepped forward, offered to be the ones who develop an organizational structure, put together, you know, the meat and potatoes behind the idea. So it's really something I think that's going to have legs. And I'll say this now because I think it's a theme that I'll touch on a few times in my remarks, is I think it's important in our profession that we have a continuity of principles. A continuity of principles, PLES, because so often efforts, interests start to become personality driven. In other words, think of your typical PTA. A 3rd grade parent takes it and just runs for 5 years. And what happens is when that child moves up to middle school and the parent leaves, the PTA can fall flat on its face. And we see that time and time again. So whether we're talking about the principles behind the blueprint from a superintendent's perspective, chief academic officers, we try to design things in such a way that we think it's going to last beyond us. You know, I'm not the only one that's probably a little closer to retirement than not. And so it's important to have these ideas and build a structure that they sustain. So that's something that we're really committed to. And creation of the legislative agenda is the last issue. And again, we're looking for partners here, specifically with the state board. Legislators, we've reached out. And so we're really trying to get it. We know that there are coordinated initiatives, efforts that need to be made on behalf of the blueprint. And because now we are really in the throes of full implementation, and I do want to say more about that in a second. The strategic plan I mentioned, if you take a look, this is more of a kind of a placemat structure of the plan itself. You can see issues of advocacy, the partnerships, which I mentioned, the member support. I think that's probably the oldie but a goodie in terms of PSSAM structure. The 24 superintendents come together typically once a month, collegial, sharing interests, sharing concerns, problems, and it really is a great benefit. And then, you know, the operational piece really does fall on Mary Pat. You know, she does an excellent job of coordinating us and making sure we're at the right place with the right message, and so she does a great job for us as well. So the Superintendent's Academy, you can, without reading the 5 bullet points, I think the one that jumps out is the one in the middle that speaks to roughly half of the superintendents have turned over since COVID. So, you know, I know many of them, good for them. Several of them retired. I'm happy for them. Great careers. Go enjoy your retirement. But right now where we are in this profession, the profession is kind of wired to push you out a little bit. It's a tough job these days. And, you know, if I were in the practice of giving advice, I would tell folks aspiring to be a superintendent, you do it on the back end of your career. This is a job that will really consume you. And I think it's important that we make sure you have a bullpen, you know, a feeder system, if you will, for people who can come in and are ready to do the work. So last year, again, with the assistance of the C4 network, and we ran 16 senior leaders in Maryland through the Superintendent's Academy, and right now I believe we have either 20 or 21. And these are top shelf people. I've had the opportunity to interface with some of them a few times, and it really is. I think we're in good hands in the future, and so that's good to see. Here's a group, right? Last year's photo op. And they really do a nice job, and this is this year's current. Cecil County has 2 of the folks right there in that picture. And again, senior leaders with tremendous potential that we should be developing, and that's really what it's about. So it's a little bit tough to see, but what I can tell you is the curriculum for this program really is well-rounded. It involves the budgeting. It involves a teaching and learning piece. It involves the actual interview piece. There's a job shadowing requirement where each of the candidates in the academy have an opportunity to go and spend a day with a superintendent outside of their district. Because as I mentioned before, all the superintendents do the job a little differently. The dynamics of me as Dr. Goldson as a professional, Dr. Wright, we have our different styles. The composition of your board, that really drives a lot of it too. And so 24 superintendents all have their own little nuances. And I think this curriculum does a real nice job of allowing for that and capturing that. So, interim superintendent, welcome. I hope the state board would assume that PSSAM would love to have a role, whatever role you think would be most appropriate in the selection of the superintendent. Obviously, we have our thoughts. If you spend 5 minutes with us, you'll know that. And but I like to think that they're grounded in reality. They're grounded in the work. Every one of us are in the middle of it. And I think looking back on the development of the blueprint, I remember the real conversation started 4, 5, 6 years ago, and a lot of it, as I'm hearing to myself, you kind of get this sense of, well, that's going to be pretty aspirational. And we're going to see how that one works out kind of thing. And now that we're in full implementation, we're seeing some things, and I think it's important to be able to have those conversations without worrying about offending stakeholders who may have created the product. And I think that's where it goes sometimes, because if I have real concerns with implementation A, and I'm afraid to say that because I'm worried about offending the creator of A, then all of a sudden I'm on my heels a little bit, knowing full well there are things I'm seeing that need to be said. And so I just think that as we move forward, everybody needs to have an open mind with this is a huge undertaking with unbelievably powerful kinetic energy. And we have to be willing to see where the flaws are, because if you don't see where the flaws are, you have no shot at fixing them. And so I would just like to at least set the table to critique and to say, this is going to be a massive undertaking. Clearly, you don't develop something with this level of intricacies without knowing it's going to be tweaked along the way. There is some concern among the LEAs about the staff turnover that's happened at MSDE. I know several of the folks to my right. I think they know I hold them in such high regard. But you need the support across the system. It's a big system, and I'm sure that's on Dr. Wright's radar and again, it gets back to this continuity of principles. You know, you're trying to build a set of principles that will sustain beyond us. And I think to do that, you do that by having the right people who believe in what you believe. If you believe in the blueprint and you think there are the pieces there that need to be implemented well, you hire people and surround yourself with people who believe that, and they'll get it done. And so that's just, again, in the the business of giving advice. Moving forward, we are worried about the budget forecasting for FY25, as we believe right now at this moment that if we have accurate September 30th counts, we can go in and utilize the foundation calculation formula to get an idea of what our FY25 revenues are going to look like. It's worrying if what we're seeing is accurate, and again, we think it is. We have significant troubles on the horizon on the state side of funding. I understand the county side of the funding is a kind of a different, outside of this room kind of thing, but on the state side, the revenues I don't see for us, I'll speak for one county, will be there to do what's expected. And so I'll speak more to that in a minute. I'm going to try to give you some real specific examples of what it'll look like and where the potential for problems may be. For the career ladder, that's on everybody's radar. We are to have a negotiated plan by the end of this year, the end of this school year. Some systems are in better places than others. We're in the middle of a contract right now. So we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract. So for us, it's a little different. We will work to try to tweak what we have to make it comply. Some systems are in the contract year negotiations right now. It's going to be, I would suggest, a heavier lift for them. So that's something we'll all keep our eye on. So Carroll County last March took a stab at putting together a presentation in a town hall forum, which was very well attended. Dr. McCabe says she had maybe 300 or 400 people in attendance. What they tried to do, and this is really, really an important piece right now, what they tried to do was forecast and project how the blueprint would impact their staffing from school to school across the county, okay? So in Cecil, we have 29 schools. I believe Carroll's probably closer to 35, 38. And what they did was they matched school X to school Y. And they say under the current foundation, this is how many staff they've been supported with as it relates to state funding and county funding. If we commit to what the blueprint requires, and what the blueprint requires is that you have set-asides for your compensatory education staffing, your special education staffing, and your ELs, your English learners, right? And so that there are chunks of money there to go to those students, where those students go to school, that the expectation is that that money follows the students. Well, what's happening is we're starting to see that when that happens, right, you're seeing significant shifts of staff from school X to school Y, okay? And I think I'll speak for myself on this one. As I've digested the blueprint over the past several years, in my mind, I always framed it as it was going to be an in addition to proposition, that this was going to be extra stuff that we did. In hindsight, I'm starting to think that I should have looked at that more as of it's instead of, so that what we've been doing historically, we probably won't be able to afford to do the way we've done it. And we're going to have to do it this way instead. That sounds okay in a workshop, in a planning meeting, until you go to a community and you say your school is losing 7 teachers. So that is going to get people's attention. And I don't know that right now fully we have our arms around what that's going to mean from school to school. And again, Anne Arundel County has done a real nice job with the presentation. I'll show you a slide in a second, as has Carroll. Carroll was much more proper noun, right? It was naming schools, and it had people in a tizzy. But again, in the forecasting, it's a real concern for what we see. Here's an example from Anne Arundel County, and if you can take a look, and I'll try not to get too much into the weeds, but you have 2 schools, both similar in size. School B is markedly higher in the world of farms, right? You can see the compensatory education number as compared to school A. It's what, 5 times, 6 times the number. English learners, again, 5-6-fold. So you can see the different schools, as it's currently constructed, get significantly more money based on comp ed, special ed, and ELs, okay? And again, I don't question that. In fact, it's the right thing to do. The problem we're gonna run into is if it means pulling from other schools, the other schools will be looking at class sizes that are not gonna be acceptable to communities, okay? Again, please ask questions if you have any or comments. Yeah, and you can see, I think my comments in the last 3 or 4 minutes have really kind of touched on this last slide. One more little example. 2 years ago, we've been tracking what's the priciest school to operate, and because you break it down, how much cost is involved with an entire school, and then how many children, and you divide the cost by the children, you get that number. Well, for us, I won't name the school, it was a little elementary school with about 235 students. It's the priciest school to operate. I would have absolutely guessed one of our bigger high schools right off the top of my head. But it was the little elementary school. Why? They have a principal, they have an assistant principal, they have a counselor, they have a nurse. It's a fairly stable community, so they tend to draw teachers, and teachers tend to stay. So the salary costs. And so when you have all those factors and you divide it by a small number, all of a sudden your cost per pupil is the highest in the county. And so I just think those kinds of nuances and dynamics are out there, and it's something to really pay close attention to, because it's going to have an impact on the public's perception of the implementation of the blueprint. Might be done talking. Oh, nope. Hang on. Yeah. And it's really, again, I feel I'm being repetitive, so I won't read that to you. So, questions, dialogue, thoughts for me to consider?
Thank you, Dr. Lawson. I have Dr. Michael, and then board, and then Mr. Gear.
Thank you for your presentation. If you wouldn't mind, just hop back a couple slides. Forward one. The first bullet here is something that's on my mind. It's something that I think we're all going to have to wrestle with. I wanted to know if you have had any...
Dr. Michael, I'm sorry, is it moving the teachers?
Thank you.
Okay.
Moving more experienced, high-paid teachers to our higher need schools.
Yeah.
This, I know, is controversial because I was a first-year and early career teacher in our schools with the highest needs, surrounded by other first-year teachers. And that's our status quo most of the time across the state. It seems like the right thing to do. But I wonder if you might talk a little bit about, from an equity perspective, about how you and other superintendents are beginning to think about the implementation of this. I know it's going to be hard, but how are you thinking about this bullet and the implications?
Well, you need your staff to want to stay in those schools. I think trying to, and we all likely know this as parents, it's impossible to make somebody want. So you try to put the conditions in place where it's more likely that they will stay. I know financial incentives work. I know that we have to do it. We are not alone. I'm just putting us out there because I happen to be sitting here. You absolutely see the pattern of new teachers come in, they take their job, and when the opportunity arises to move to a school with less need, they absolutely do that. Absolutely, and not only do you see that in teacher transfer, you see it in substitute teachers when they take jobs. Some of our schools, boom, they've had 6 vacancies, then they're full. School down the road's got 6 vacancies, you might have 1 sub, and you're 5 vacancies short. And so that trend for us as professionals to gravitate towards the high achieving schools, I think, is very established. And so I think we have to find what trigger points will entice our professionals to commit, not for a year, for a decade, to working with the neediest students.
Okay. I appreciate it. We have long time, for decades, budgeted on the average cost of a teacher.
Yeah.
And we know in schools that an experienced teacher can be, we know from the data too, not universally, but can be really much more value add to students' learning trajectory. So
Absolutely.
just welcoming your, your thought partnership as we think deeply about this portion of the
Thank you for
blueprint.
the question.
Thank
It
you.
really is a central point.
Mr. Gear?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, Josh. Thanks for the questions. Just kind of a follow on to that. So, as a parent, I would be very interested to understand how often the teachers who are highest paid are also the most effective teachers. I think I would like to see and understand. I would like to see superintendents across the state beginning to think now about how you ensure that the teachers that you're moving into the schools that are receiving compensatory education funds, add-ons, special ed, ESOL, you name it, that those students are getting the most effective teachers that they can, not the highest paid teachers that they can, because they've remained in the classroom longer than the others. So I would start thinking about that now and start to look at models where teacher quality systems or evaluation systems are working to identify and appropriately compensate the teachers who are performing, whether they're a second, third year teacher, and they are doing really, really well, and pay those the most.
Agreed. But let me put this out there, that I do think in the public sometimes there's a perception that teachers aren't held accountable for performance as it relates to test scores. All right, so that tends to be the one. People want to see, well, if you're bringing a new curriculum, where's the increase in test scores? Right away. Learning is such an organic process, particularly literacy. It does not happen because you just dropped a new program in today. It takes time. I can speak for Cecil County. The harvesting of data broken down by science, social studies, math, reading is routine. At the end of the year, as soon as scores are available, conferences are held. Why is it in this fourth grade class we have a 43% proficiency in language arts and down the hall it's 65? Is it a difference in construct of the children? Because it could be, but the question is asked. So, and I do think that gets lost sometimes. To close out, the blueprint does go in that direction. It does provide real incentives for your more veteran master teachers. I taught for 9 years. I was a high school math teacher. I was better my 9th year than I was my first. Trust me. Yeah, right. So that mastery. Frankly, about year 7 or 8, I started to feel like, what, I kind of got what's going on here. It took me time. So there is something to be said for master teachers. But yeah, your point is well taken.
We'll do with Ms. McCusker and then Dr. Johnson.
To your point, Mr. Greer, just a reminder that teachers, their transfer and all of that is part of their contract and part of what is negotiated. And the idea that we would have a system of evaluation that sort of looks at teacher quality and automatically moves them to schools is probably not something that would fly in the way that you're proposing it, or that it sounds like you're proposing it. Teachers have contractual rights, and the transfer of those teachers and their rights concerning transfer have to be considered as part of that equation. And I understand what the research says about having your best teachers with your most needy students, but we can't ignore the legal realities surrounding teacher transfer and teacher evaluation as you begin to look at the way that we are reassigning teachers and reallocating teachers in the wake of funding following students to different schools. And I would also say another thing that, if we do see the way that you're talking about some of this fleshing out, when you're talking about moving teachers to different schools and you're now going to have schools with significantly higher class sizes, when you have those super high class sizes, they're also going to require an experienced teacher who is really good at classroom management and differentiation of instruction to meet the needs of those students too. So we can't completely there's no one size fits all to this, and I caution us from trying to create systems that do not honor teachers' rights and contracts.
I completely understand, and also was not trying to advocate for automatic removal. So, yeah.
But your point is a good one.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah.
And,
Right. I just want to take everything into consideration.
and I've spent
Right.
25 years in
I
Delaware now.
understand your point, but also
I
want
know.
to throw
That's a
that
good.
piece
That's a
there.
good catch.
I've never seen a contract in my years, in 40 years now, that doesn't. And that's something we're all aware of. Now, I will say this. Not every school that serves challenging students struggles with teacher retention. I think, honestly, I put pressure on myself as a principal. I put a lot of pressure on principals for that. I think they establish the culture, they establish the climate, and if you show me an outstanding principal, I'll show you teachers who are willing to do anything in the world for that principal. And so there is like some hope here, some light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing.
Dr. Johnson, and then Ms. Chang and Dr. Golson.
I guess I want to also kind of dovetail on what Mrs. McCulsty stated in terms that I've had some experience where you think that a teacher from a different environment coming to an environment where students are needing more support does not always work. Because you could be in an environment where you have everything that you need to be identified as a successful teacher, but move to an environment where you have more challenging needs. So I just caution us to make sure that we not just look at the evaluation of those teachers, but that we look at the aptitude of those teachers, the attitudes of those teachers, and also the cultural responsiveness of those teachers. Those are critical issues that must be addressed before we start transferring people to schools we think they will work well in, because it doesn't always work.
So, agreed.
Ms. Chang?
Hi, good morning. Thank you, President Crawford, and thank you, Dr. Lawson's presentation. That was really good, and thanks for sharing the concern about the top priorities that each LEA is facing. My question is in terms of some of the concerns, such as resources sharing. I'm just wondering how practical that a teacher would kind of cover 2 or 3 schools per certain program or per certain subjects in terms of student learning to cut down some of the sets of teachers of all different disciplines need to be in the same physical location. And the other things, it could be possible get parents or resources in the community involved and engage them more in the school setting, such as the hall monitors or lunch monitors, things like that that could kind of alleviate of your line item on your budget. And yeah, that's some of the thought that I have. But yeah, definitely we can brainstorm more opportunity to closing the gap in terms of budget. Yeah, to just a thing of 2 to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Golson?
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to kind of shift the conversation from the teacher component piece to really more around the budget component piece. And Maryland's blueprint does require us to look at things differently. And so we probably need to, as leaders, begin to start to approach it differently as well. And so the traditional way of doing budgeting might need to be revised. And there are some districts in Maryland that do student-based budgeting where money does follow students in certain demographic areas, so that those 2 scenarios of the 2 schools that you gave, the funding would be different based on the students who are ELL, special education, on free and reduced meals, which then allows you to begin to start to staff appropriately based on the types of students that you have in the building. So just a consideration. It does require a lot of work, and it takes time to move and shift from a traditional, one-size-fits-all budget or school size to something different. Thank you.
Agreed, Dr. Colson.
General Sumter?
With the blueprint, do you see that now not at looking school to school, but county to county, the districts? Because what you explained about the schools also happens between counties. You have a very needy jurisdictions, Somerset County, Baltimore City, but the money isn't there, and we lose teachers, we lose administrators to the other jurisdictions. Do you think that the blueprint, with the way the money follows the student, will help in taking away some of that disparity?
Maybe. How's that? I have the same concerns. I don't know that I mentioned it when I was here in August, but at the time we had just acquired the DLS information about the per pupil spending broken down by county and state. You see wide disparities, thousands of dollars per child, that matters. I mean, this idea that we can do more with less, no, you can't. I mean, I was a math teacher. The logical outcome to that, more with less, is everything with nothing. No, there comes a point where we need to fund our schools, and when you have, geographically speaking, two counties where the discrepancy between per pupil spending is thousands of dollars, that's tens of millions of dollars. Money does matter, and I worry about that. And I worry what we're going to see coming FY25 as more and more of this builds. And everybody knows, you know, the forecast is for tight budget times. But I do worry, county to county. I worry student to student. I think they're real. And do I think that the blueprint's going to address all that? Not yet. That's probably close as I could give you to a hard answer. Not yet.
Just have a couple of comments. Number one, I applaud your efforts with your investment in the Superintendent Academy. Coming to education, public education, one of my observations is that we, in public education, we tremendously underinvest in leaders, principals, assistant principals, administrators. When you're starting to do the kinds of things that we're talking about here, you have to have outstanding leaders. And I think you had mentioned, Dr. Lawson, that in the schools where you had outstanding principals, you had no problem with finding teachers. And during the pandemic, I went up with Dr. Salmon. We visited the school and just got a chance just to talk. And the superintendent said, we were asking him about teachers coming back right as we're starting to bring people back. And he said, in schools where I have outstanding superintendents, I don't have any problem with attendance of teachers nor students. Where I didn't have that, it was an issue. So we have to make the investments in people. On the budget side, we're going to have to, growing up as a CFO person and dealing with issues of scarcity, it's going to become even more important that we demonstrate good value for the investment. We've got to be able to show that a dollar invested in education makes a difference, so people can see it in a real difference. And I think we have to have be able to talk in the education community about where we stand with the blueprint, and if there are going to possibly be a need to make some adjustments. We in the education community need to have honest conversations about that with a simple goal, again, of how, with the dollars we have available, how do we spend those dollars in the best possible way to ensure that we can educate our children. So we support that those kinds of discussions. Let me just stop and just see if there's anything else. Yes, Dr. Getty.
Good morning. When I think about the buzzwords in education today, I think about implementation, accountability, transparency, and it's all about the blueprint and the implementation, which is wonderful. That's the law. But what comes up in my head is unintended consequences. And so I would say, as an organization, to collect those unintended consequences and make sure that the legislators and the AIB and other stakeholders are aware of, as we are implementing the blueprint at a tremendous cost, what is it doing to individual little populations? The only example I can come up with right now is, for example, Garrett County, and correct me if I'm wrong because this is just hearsay, Garrett County has closed 2 middle schools in order to disperse their students into elementary and high school, and that's their way of coming up with a large sum of money to implement blueprint. Well, what is the consequence of that? We know that middle schoolers are a unique population with quirky behavior, and so we're taking that philosophy and discarding it, and to what consequence? So I just want to know about unintended consequences, and as an organization, do you have an understanding about the state of Maryland and what's happening?
Thank you, because I can tell you Garrett's not the only school system looking at the possibility of closing schools and tying a price to it. If we were to close a school, you know, Cecil County's in a situation where we're separated by 5 rivers. It's the tourist thing. But what it does, it's a very large county, and we have a series of 225 student elementary schools because of the geography of the county. But to your larger point, I would suggest preschool and pre-K for us. We have an all-time high number of students, which is the right thing to do, to bring these little guys in. It is such a great, happy place for me to go visit. But the problem is the funding that we're getting is not enough. There's a 10-to-1 adult-to-child requirement. And your Algebra 1 class at Elkton High School has 29 students. There's no 10-to-1 there. And so while we might receive $15,500 per child for state and county combined, the revenue we're drawing to support pre-K students is not that. So then where is that money coming from? Somewhere else. Basically, I think you understand what I'm getting at there.
Yes.
And they could be arguably maybe the neediest little guys to serve. Yes. Because we're seeing stuff when they come in. I know it's like all the diapers and the whole thing. I was a high school math teacher, so I have a hard time getting my head around that whole thing. Sit there and be quiet doesn't work with a 4-year-old, I've found. Unless it's my own children. And then it really didn't even work either. Anyway, I'm sorry. But I right back at you. I just ask that we all keep an open mind for where the potholes are going to be with implementation, because they're real.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just want
Thank
you to
you.
communicate to out there.
I know my colleagues will be
Yeah.
thrilled to hear that message as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything more? Okay. Well, thank you so very much. And we want to continue to have the conversation with you, and
Thank you for the opportunity.
we look forward to continuing to work together. I think we are, for the first time in quite a while, working on a legislative agenda around certain principles. I know that your organization is MABE. We're also in talks with MACO and trying to figure out, this first year will probably be a little clumsy, but really trying to figure out, can we begin to agree, and I like your approach around principles. Can we agree upon some principles?
Yeah.
Are there certain things where we could all come to agreement on supporting or whatever? I think that puts us in a much better position in conversations with folks in Annapolis. And it makes it easier for them because they know what the priorities are for education in the state. So again, we look forward to continuing to work with you on
Can I make
that.
one more comment?
Please,
I don't want
absolutely.
to come across as though not great things are happening because of the blueprint.
No.
There are great things
Yes,
happening.
yes,
Walk
yes.
into a 4-year-old classroom.
Yes.
Watch what's happening in some of these dual enrollments.
Yes.
We're doing the level of tutoring is having real impact on young students. These are all great things. All I'm saying is there's some other stuff that might be a consequence. So,
Absolutely.
but thank you for the time. and
Thank you
questions.
very much.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and do this, and then maybe, do we need to take a break or do this?
Right now,
What do you think?
let's go now and take a break after
Okay.
the blueprint update.
Okay. Dr. Wright, we're ready for the update on the Judy and Patty centers, and then after that update, we'll take a short break.
Sure. So I'd like to, is my mic on?
I think so.
Um,
No, now I see how it is.
Yes.
Okay, now it is, okay, perfect. I want to introduce Dr. Shana Cook. She is the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of Early Childhood, and she is going to bring you the update on the blueprint regarding the Judy and Patty centers.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. All right.
I do want to also acknowledge that she's coming here after being sick for about 4 days, so hats off to her for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So both Patty Centers and Judy Centers are multi-generational supports for families and their young children. And you're going to jump right in. So many of you may be wondering what's the difference between a Judy Center and a Patty Center. I know many have had that question. They are very similar. Both provide multi-generational supports to families and their young children to help promote positive development for children. Patty Centers focus on children 0 to 3 and provide support for families in the actual center or place where children are also being cared for, infants and toddlers. Judy Centers are a little bit more expansive in their supports. They used to provide supports for children birth through age 5 and their families in a certain catchment area, and may not always take place in the actual school building or Judy Center building. Here you'll see a little bit more about the differences, the age ranges of children, as well as the goals. Patty Centers also really focus on the financial stability and family stability of families, and Judy Centers are focusing on supporting families and parents and helping them to support their children with proper healthy development. All right. Patty Centers here, you'll see, as I said previously, families receive on-site services while their children are participating in early care and education programs at the same location. Maryland Family Network serves as MSDE's intermediary and provides management of the state's network of community-based Patty Centers or family support centers. And Judy Centers really are focused, and we describe them as early learning hubs. And they serve a vital function in communities serving children birth through age 5 and their families within a certain catchment area. Mostly those programs are in Title I schools or are in schools that receive a certain rating on the Social Vulnerability Index. Okay, so now we'll dive a little bit more into Patty Centers. As of FY24 this year, there are 35 Patty Centers. In FY22, 2 Patty Center sites were added, and in FY23, 5 sites were added. This year, MSDE, in collaboration with the Maryland Family Network, will launch 3 additional sites. One thing that I want to highlight about Patty Centers that many people may not know is that Patty Centers also support families and parents access education. So for some cases, Patty Centers serve teenage parents and support those parents in getting their general education development, GED, or adult basics education, ABE classes. They also provide mental health services, and all of this is done on site while the infants and toddlers are literally in a separate room working with an early childhood educator in a high quality site. So this slide, you'll see Patty Centers in action. One parent from the Annapolis Family Support Center, or Patty Center, stated, "I'm thankful that I found the center because they helped me steer my life in the right direction. They have so many resources to guide you through motherhood, like food, necessities, activities for my family, and all kinds of classes. When I first joined, I have to admit that I was confused on how to raise my kids. They can be a handful, and I did not have goals for my future. I was living day to day. Throughout high school, I always thought that I could not attend any college because I was not born in the United States, but the center helped me." That just illustrates some of the impact that our Patty Centers have in our communities.
Dr. Michael is experiencing the fact that children are a blessing, but they're also a handful. That's what we're laughing about.
I think that quote clearly illustrates that. I think everyone who's had children knows they can be a handful. And now I'm going to transition to talking a little bit about Patty Centers. There are 86 Patty Centers that are launched Judy Centers, 86 Judy Centers that are launched in FY 2024. 2 new sites are going to be coming online this year. In FY 23 and FY 24, we've had a combined total of 18 new sites. And I will say we were able to use some American Rescue Plan Act funds to push for more new sites at an accelerated rate, and we're really excited about the work of our Judy Centers as well as the geographic spread of Judy Centers currently. So Judy Center early learning hubs have served more than 16,000 children from birth through age 5 in FY 23. One important stat that I want to highlight for you today is in 2022-2023, children demonstrating readiness, which is the highest level in kindergarten readiness assessments, in Title I schools with prior Judy Center experience scored 4 percentage points higher than those in Title I schools without Judy Center experience. We are seeing a correlation in the impact that Judy Centers have on supporting school readiness. Now I want to share, if you see the picture on your right, you'll see a participant in the Dorothy Height Elementary School and Drew Judy Center right here in Baltimore City. Fathers, uncles, cousins, brothers, and other male figures were asked to walk with their children in the Million Father March. This was really impactful. It shows the work that Judy Centers and impact Judy Centers can have in partnership with schools to impact both families and young children. It's not only about academic development, it's also about social emotional development and really having the support of a village for these young children. Now we'll transition to talking about how the Patty Center and Judy Centers fit into the blueprint. As part of Pillar 1, which focuses on early childhood education, we are charged with scaling the impact of both Patty Centers and Judy Centers. So in terms of Patty Centers, the goal for each year from fiscal year 2022 through fiscal year 2029 is for the state to fund 3 additional Patty Center programs across the state. For Judy Centers, for fiscal years 2021 through 2025, the state shall provide funding for 9 additional Judy Centers per year. And for fiscal years 2026 through 2030, the state shall provide funding for 18 additional Judy Centers per year. We are on track in terms of those numbers for both Judy Centers and Patty Centers. Now I'll talk about some of our next steps. So for Patty Centers this year, we were able to allocate some American Rescue Plan Act funds to support planning grants. In partnership with Maryland Family Network, MSD allocated funding for planning grants so that programs that wanted to create a Patty Center would have the financial support needed to help them build capacity to run Patty Centers and adhere to the model. To start a Patty Center takes a lot of components, understanding financial management, understanding how to support and connect with the school districts to support families in accessing education while they're in your center, as well as supporting infants and toddlers through high quality programming. There's a lot that goes into the fidelity to model, and so MSTE hopes to receive more sustainable funding or more flexible existing funding for planning grants, particularly for Patty Centers. For Judy Centers this year, we have been really focused on providing comprehensive technical assistance. We've been having monthly meetings with Judy Center sites, and the staff has been out in the field every single week supporting Judy Centers on site. This focus on increasing support is leading to positive outcomes for families and continued program fidelity. We did notice that some of the models were not adhering to the fidelity to model in terms of the quality expectations we had, but through technical assistance, we've been able to support Judy Center programs and getting back on track. All right, that is our update on Judy and Patty Centers. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. Floor is now open for any questions. Dr. Wilcox?
Thank you for the presentation. The age range seems kind of, how strict are you? Like if somebody comes to one of these centers with a 6-year-old child, are they turned away? And is there anything similar to this for older children? And one other question is, how do families hear about them? What types of outreach do you do to make families aware of this range of services?
So Patty Centers operate outside of a school setting. And so each Patty Center or Family Support Center does its own recruitment based on their target demographics that they're trying to reach. So for instance, a program that's focused on supporting teenage parents is going to do that outreach and sometimes partner with the school district to get access to those children and some type of referrals. So that's typically how Patty Centers work. Patty Centers are on a much smaller scale in terms of the services they provide because they're focused on developing family stability and really work every single day with the parents as well as the infants and toddlers are on their school site. Now, Judy Centers operate a little bit differently. Judy Centers are placed in Title I schools or in schools that meet a certain rating on the Social Vulnerability Index. Those programs happen in the school building site, so most schools have a dedicated space for the Judy Center, a room or possibly a satellite building. And in those settings, the focus is on children 0 to 5. That's what the grant stipulates in terms of funding. And the Judy Centers provide, wraparound supports for families as well. Think parent cafes, a model that supports strengthening families and also supports peer connectedness between families and support so that families are able to build that network. It also supports child development in terms of preparing children for school readiness. That's the primary focus of the Judy Centers, which differs a little bit from the Patty Center in that way. And then in terms of whether children are turned away, no. What's great about Judy Centers and Patty Centers is they're really focused on warm handoffs and referrals. And so there is always a way for Patty Centers and Judy Centers to connect children to other programs and other sites.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Gear.
Thank you, Dr. Cook, for the presentation. It's really helpful. I'm going to check my tone. I'm going to come back into one of curiosity. So thank you for everyone for helping me earlier. I'm going to try on curiosity at least. So how do we select sites? I just don't know the answer to this, and both of these questions I'm sure have been answered many times. But new person question: how do we select sites and counties for expansion? Like, what is the rubric? What's the intent there? And then my second question is, do we have, and can you point us to effectiveness studies, or me specifically, everyone else has probably seen this, effectiveness studies, the impact of Judy and Patty Centers in the role that they play in the overall ecosystem of child care centers across the state. Just interested in understanding what we know about what this investment is going to unlock for the state overall. As a complex system of child care centers, they play a key role. So just love to know if we have any information on either one of those.
Absolutely. Those are great questions. The first, how do we select sites? For Patty Centers, MSDE partners with Maryland Family Network on developing a rubric criteria for Patty Center sites. As I said, we use those planning grants to build a pipeline of new sites to get them prepared for what it would take to get a Patty Center grant and be fully operational. So that's one pipeline for Patty Center sites. And Maryland Family Network does do a lot of outreach to specific programs that would be optimal for a Patty Center site, either based on their geography or based on the current work that they're doing in the community. In terms of Judy Center sites, that there is a rubric, as you stated, and a full grant application for folks to apply to become a Judy Center site. And those sites are rated according to that grant rubric. You can find that rubric at MSDE Grants if you Google it, and you'll be able to find a Judy Center application. And so that's how we identify sites. We always have more sites apply than we have funding for that year, but we continue to engage those sites and encourage them to apply for the following year so that we can continue expansion of Judy Center sites. In terms of efficacy, we do have a report that is coming out that's due to the Maryland General Assembly, specifically talking about Judy Center sites and their efficacy. We are collaborating internally at MSDE to continue to improve how we capture data in a uniform way so that we can track longitudinal efficacy, like the stat I mentioned earlier in the presentation. So we are seeing a correlation of attendance at a Judy Center or Patty Center with success in kindergarten, but there is more work to do to measure efficacy and continue to capture those data in a uniform way across all of the different sites.
Yes, Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. Quick question on some of the technical assistance. I have gotten some outreach from several stakeholders around, and help me if my terminology is off, around this notion of focusing Judy Centers specifically on students in catchment zones. Dr. Getty talked a little bit earlier about unintended consequences, and one of the things I'm hearing is it's having unintended consequences, particularly in school districts with high transient populations, where in effect we're serving, Judy Centers can only serve some students and not others, and families are coming, and it's challenging not only Judy's but also resource partners that are plugging up resources there. So wanting to learn a little bit more about the rationale around that technical assistance, the guidance, how you're thinking about it here, and how you're seeing it in the field from your vantage point.
Absolutely. In terms of catchment zone, that is the criteria that we've been given around what a Judy Center model looks like. In terms of our interpretation of that, I would say that the catchment zone really focuses on serving children who really need additional support for kindergarten readiness, and the families need additional support. Now, I think all of our families need support to varying degrees, but the purpose of the Judy Center is to focus on the families who need it the most. And so that's how resources have been allocated. Now, in terms of transient populations, there are ways that we can support, particularly children experiencing homelessness or who are not technically in a specific catchment area. We do offer support in those cases. We can have more conversations, of course, about some of the unintended consequences of having such strict catchment areas, but that is currently how we're viewing being good stewards of the funds and making sure that the resources are targeted at the families that need it the most.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson and Dr. Getty.
Just to add a little more clarification, you said that the catchment zones are given to you. Who gives you the catchment zones?
So
is it the state or districts?
So the catchment zone is based on the school zone. So say a Judy Center is in Dorothy Height Elementary School. The catchment zone for Dorothy Height Elementary School is the population of children birth through age 5 that are served. And so what we're charging Judy Center programs to do is to serve all children 0 to 5, so they may not have any relationship with that particular elementary school. They might be going to a family child care program in that neighborhood that is it within that catchment zone, but that's why Judy Centers are charged with creating partnerships with child care providers to ensure that families are receiving access to the Judy Center services within that catchment zone.
Where does that information come from?
That the terminology of the catchment zone?
Yes.
Yeah, that's part of the legislation and the whole model of the Judy Center.
So it comes from the state?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But the school is the catchment area is the school boundary. Yes, it is codified. Absolutely.
Dr. Getty?
My question is, the Judy Center is birth to 5.
Correct.
And so the 3 and 4-year-olds probably can go to the pre-K programs within those schools also?
Absolutely.
Do they go to one program or another, or do they
So a Judy Center is not a pre-K program? So
well, I mean in terms of school readiness. I was zeroing in on school readiness. So the pre-K is for school readiness. The Judy Center is school readiness. So do they participate in both?
yes, a family could participate in both. These are additional wraparound supports for families to support them with school readiness. They don't serve the function of offering pre-kindergarten full day programming.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. Very, very nicely done.
All right, thank you.
Thank you much. We appreciate it. Appreciate you coming in. I know you've been a little under the weather. Thank you much for that. Let's take a 7-minute break. Kinder and gentler. I was going to say 5, but my vice president said to give him 7 minutes. So I'm my kinder, gentler. I reluctantly agreed. Okay, so we'll be back at 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, as we reassemble. So we can go. Alrighty.
Hard to get us back, isn't it?
That's about That's all right. That's all right. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and with the next agenda item, we'll turn to Dr. Wright. This is on the college readiness standard exploration. So I believe we're going to get a recommendation here for board consideration. Our plan is to discuss that, talk about any potential adjustments. We intend to hold a public hearing, a virtual public hearing, and I believe it's November the 9th. I believe at 5 o'clock, 3 hours or so, to give the public an opportunity to comment on the recommendation with the goal of being in a position to approve of the standards during our December meeting. Appreciate all the hard work of the MSDE staff and of the consulting firm. Appreciate the quality of the work. So really want to just dive in now and understand where we're coming out, and then provide an opportunity for board members to comment on the recommendation. But again, nicely done. I'll say that in advance. So.
I want to introduce Matthew Duque, who is the Director of the Office of Research Planning and Program Evaluation, and he's going to be doing the presentation.
Okay.
Good morning. So in addition to Matt, my name is Phil Lasser. I'm Executive Director in the Office of the State Superintendent. And as I said, this is Matt Duque, Director of our Research Office. Yes, and so today we are going to go into potential options for adopting a new CCR standard. So we'll go through some of the background context, just remind us all of where we are and how we got here, the key findings from the empirical research study, and then an option for adopting a new CCR standard as well. Thank you. So to start with just some of the blueprint statutory context, what the blueprint laid out in law when it was passed, and really starting with an overview of some of Pillar 3. Pillar 3, college and career readiness as a whole, has this main North Star that the ideal goal is that all students are able to meet this CCR standard by the end of their 10th grade year, and if not then, by definitely by graduation. And all of the other parts of Blueprint are really meant to work together towards making sure that we achieve that goal. And so once the student meets the CCR standard by whatever criteria that we discussed today and going forward, once they meet the CCR standard, they are able to enter into post-CCR pathways. And those are our IB and AP programs, dual enrollment or early college programs, or CTE, career and technical education programs as well, working towards that industry recognized credential. For students in 11th and 12th grade who have not yet met the CCR standard, they are entered into a CCR support pathway that helps get them to meet that standard as soon as possible and before graduation. As well, and go into this in a second on the next slide, the blueprint really lays out that the empirical research study be completed before the state board adopts a new updated CCR standard. So to dive in a little bit more detail about some of the statutory charge and implications of the CCR standard itself, again, coming straight from Blueprint. As I mentioned, that the goal is that we set a CCR standard that enables students to succeed in entry-level credit-bearing courses in a community college. And then with that in mind, after the empirical research study is completed, the blueprint directs the state board to adopt a CCR standard that reflects the results of that study of those findings. So what does this mean for students? Once they meet the CCR standard, in addition to entering into the post-CCR pathways, as I talked about, Blueprint also requires that community colleges enroll students who met the CCR standard. The community colleges enroll those students in credit-bearing courses. And so rather than developmental, remedial courses, community colleges will enroll those students in credit-bearing courses based on the CCR standard that we are discussing today. And the other big implication as well is that the blueprint lays out that once the AIB declares that the blueprint has been fully implemented, only students who meet the CCR standard may enter into those post-CCR pathways. So until we get to that point, students may not be blocked from enrolling in those courses that are part of the post-CCR pathway. But once AIB determines that the blueprint is fully implemented, which is potentially at the 10-year mark, at that point, only students who meet the CCR standard enter into the post-CCR pathways. And again, real quick review of where we've been and what we've been going over for the last year, more than a year. American Institutes for Research, AIR, was selected through a competitive sealed RFP process to complete this empirical research study. The official kickoff was December 1st of 2022. And right after that, they got to work very quickly, fast and furious, and they submitted the final written report on September 1st to the General Assembly, the Governor, State Board, AIB. And in the last State Board meeting last month, AIR again came to present the findings of the full report and some of their recommendations from that as well. And with that, I will now turn it back over to Matt to talk about some stakeholder engagement.
Thanks, Phil. So as we've shared before, we want to remind you and emphasize the vast engagement that's been conducted over the course of this study. Talk about it in terms of 4 phases now. So phase 1 was prior to the start of the study, when both MSDE and AR engaged stakeholders in the design of the study. So what questions would be answered, what variables would be used. That includes MHEC, Association of Community Colleges, as well as the University System of Maryland. Phase 2 was when the study was being conducted. So as part of the study, AIR conducted focus groups with stakeholders in Maryland, particularly community colleges, but other higher ed, administration, faculty, and staff, as well as talking to higher ed, K-12 and workforce to get their perceptions on college and career readiness in Maryland. Phase 3 is after the release of each interim report. So both MSDE and AIR held listening sessions. So in total, there were 10 of them in this period, and over 200 stakeholders were engaged across higher ed, including the governor's office, as well as in LEAs. And then right now we're in phase 4, which is the final report, as you know, was released last month. So since then, we've engaged various stakeholders, including MABE and the Council of Community College Chief Academic Officers, as well as PSSAM recently. And going forward, as President Crawford noted, there'll be a public hearing next month. So that is part of the continued engagement that will happen. So again, we've talked about presented the research study findings here, but to remind everyone, some of the key takeaways, specifically from the predictive validity analysis. So AIR looked at the current interim CCR standard and how well it identifies and predicts students for post-secondary success. One of the main takeaways is you see first that Historically, the CCR standard would have identified 40% of students as CCR by the end of 10th grade. And for those students, it would have been accurate 65% of the time in terms of whether they met this college benchmark in their first year. They also explored an alternative CCR standard, which gives students the option of meeting this standard either through the tests, ELA and math, or a GPA option. And what they found was it increases not only the number of students that are identified from 40% to 64%, but also increases the accuracy rate of the standard from 65 to 75%. So this is important because it's not only more inclusive, but it's also a better predictor of post-secondary success. Also note some other recommendations that AIR made in their final report. So as you just saw, in order to create a CCR standard that's more accurate and more equitable, they recommended providing multiple measures, so multiple options for students to meet the CCR standard, and that includes the GPA measure. And this is based not only on the results you just saw, but also feedback from post-secondary stakeholders, a literature review of bias in assessments, as well as prior research on predictability measures. So these things have been done in other states and other places. Lastly, we just note that if a GPA option is included in the CCR standard, they did recommend providing guidance to local education agencies to try to standardize and align grading practices and norms across Maryland. Now, next, before we share the proposed CCR recommendation, just to remind you, the current CCR interim standard that was set February of last year, it is based solely on tests. So student needs to meet the mark in both English and math high school assessments. There are a couple of different ways of doing so because we have changed assessments in the last few years. But essentially they have to meet a proficiency mark in both high school English and high school math assessments. What we propose today is to use that as a baseline. However, as recommended by AIR, to add another option for students who do not meet those test assessment standards. They could also meet the CCR standard by earning a high school GPA of 3.0 or higher. And again, this is by the end of their 10th grade year. So the diagram on the right just shows that provides more than one option for students to meet the CCR standard. I'm going to turn back to Phil to talk about the timeline and next steps.
Yes, and so as part of the proposal for adopting a new CCR standard, we're just going through some details of the proposed implementation timeline of how this would all come into effect. And so under the first bullet there, the main idea is that we are proposing that data student performance from the current school year, the 2023-2024 school year, would count towards the new CCR standard. And so students who meet the CCR standard at the end of this school year, summer, basically in June of 2024, those students would be eligible to meet the new CCR standard starting in the 2024-25 school year, so after that next summer. So all data and performance up to and including the current year, so you could take assessments or GPA before this year as well as 23-24 up to and including would count, and so you would go into effect for next school year. Looking at some of the data collection, again, this would fall into how the LEAs would report up the specific status of each student. This will get rolled into the high school data collection process. That's an existing process already there, and we would just amend those guidance a little bit so that we are able to collect the CCR status as well from the schools, from the LEAs, and so we have that at the state level. In terms of funding, one of the components of Blueprint state aid to LEAs and to schools is a per pupil CCR funding amount. So every student who meets the CCR standard generates that per pupil funding amount. And so we're proposing that funding amounts, the CCR funding amounts starting in fiscal 26, which aligns with school year 25-26, be based on the new CCR standard. The budgets for those are submitted in December of 2024. So we would collect all of the data, summer, fall 2024, develop those budgets and those fundings in December of 2024, and that would go in effect for funding of fiscal 26. And lastly, just a note that MSE is going to continue to work very closely with our LEAs, especially the local accountability coordinators, to make sure that everyone is able to make this transition smoothly and effectively, and work out any other details that we have, and making sure that as a state, this is uniform and successful. So jump back out to how you as the board could officially adopt this, or a alternative standard if so choose. Quick timeline going forward, starting with today, that we are having this conversation to present this possible option for the CCR standard. And at that point, we are going to immediately move into the public input period that we'll have a public hearing, as Mr. Crawford said, as well as we have a online feedback survey that everyone is welcome to enter, and I have some more details on that in just a second. And as Mr. Crawford said, the plan is for the December 5th state board meeting to have a vote to adopt the CCR standard. And again, so some more details real quick about how we are looking for feedback from all stakeholders across the community, across the state. We are planning for the public hearing virtually on Thursday, November 9th, 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Details on how to sign up and everything will be part of the state board page on our website, as well as we have an online feedback survey that is live now. You are welcome to fill that out and submit any input that you have. And all of this is on our CCR research study page, which the link in the QR code on the right will take you there, and there are links out to all of this. So any information, any of the previous presentations and reports are all on that page as well, to go to blueprint.marylandpublicsschools.org/CCR research study. So feel free to click that link or go to the QR code. And with that, we will open up to questions.
Okay. Very good. I'm going to turn to Dr. Michael. Do you have?
Sure. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. And as we have commented, this body of work that you have led provides a heightened level of evidence, research as we're making consequential decisions, particularly as it pertains to the blueprint. So thank you for your leadership and efforts on this. One of the points that we've heard both in feedback from the AIB and in conversations through the AIB and also directly with higher education partners is specific concerns about math mastery as we consider this multiple measures approach, which, as you highlighted today, is going to get us closer to having a more inclusive and equitable, an inclusive and accurate measure. But wanting to raise up a couple points around math and propose we look at a couple things. Both of these, or the first is something that we have talked through as a compromise point in our discussions with the AIB, and so just want to lift that for the larger group as we consider. We are gaining support around the notion of using GPA as one of the two multiple measures. It better aligns with our study and what we know from the research in higher education about student success. But the request here is to add an additional enhanced math mastery component to this. that could be achieved either by passing one of the algebra assessments or earning a passing grade in an algebra course of an A, B, or C. And so what this would do is, say, offer the GPA option and ensure that students are demonstrating mastery, and again, multiple measures on this mastery notion, either the assessment or a passing grade. And so want us to consider that. The second is something we heard several times from Vice Chair Kerwin, Dr. Kerwin, from the AIB, which is specifically looking at the content alignment and how the algebra coursework better aligns with the entry-level courses. And so wanting us to consider, instead of accepting and focusing on any math course as meeting that, focusing in on algebra as the course that we're looking for mastery for as meeting the CCR standard. Really wanting to bring this to the fore as we're considering this. My request for staff, President Crawford, would be that we get this written in a way that we can get public view on it if the board is generally in agreement, because I really want to hear as well, where parents, families, students, stakeholders are feeling on these as we move forward, in addition to many of the stakeholders that we've engaged so far.
Okay. Excellent. Before we go to Dr. Wilcox, I think one of the things that we'll probably need to do is to come to a consensus as to whether we want to include that, so that we can then issue a charge to MSDE to build out this language and just make it part of what's being considered for the recommendation. So let's go ahead and get other comments, and we'll circle back. And anyone has comments about these ideas or this one or any other ideas that come up, please feel free to express them during this discussion. Dr. Wilcox.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil and Matt. I was just wondering how you came up with the CCR standard goal focusing at the end of 10th grade. It seems very late. It seems like maybe middle school or, the end of 7th or 8th grade would be a better timing. But I'm wondering if there's guidance on this issue of 10th grade from other states. What are other states focusing on? What's the gold standard in terms of CCR and meeting the standards?
Yeah, so the goal of meeting the CCR standard by the end of 10th grade comes directly from the blueprint statute. So I would have to really refer back to the Kerwin Commission and the blueprint to go into where that came about. But we are directed as by that statute to have that ideal goal that students meet the CCR standard by the end of 10th grade. And then the vision is in their 11th and 12th grade years, that's when they are in the post-CCR pathways and really make progress in that post-secondary coursework. Again, whether that's APIB or, working towards that CTE credential, you're able to accomplish more of that in the 11th and 12th grades.
As most students select IB in middle school, and transition to high school, or AP courses, a lot of students take them as freshmen. So I just didn't understand why 10th grade was the focus of this rather than an earlier timing.
Yeah, I think working out exactly what those, especially the AP pathways, because IB is a little bit more set by the IB organization. Working out exactly what those pathways are is something that is ongoing conversation, and that we're working out as a state, and collaboration between all the LEAs. So it's an ongoing conversation, but I think it's a valid point as well.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, then Dr. Golson, Dr. Getty, then Dr. Golson.
Hi, thank you. I thank you for the presentation. I don't know what the exact language is, but developmentally and neurobiologically speaking, the frontal lobe really develops. You see a big change in many kids around age 16. So to give that latitude in time to develop to age 16, in my mind, is prudent. But that doesn't say that you couldn't say a time span of earlier grades through the end of 10th grade. But I do like that latitude through the end of 10th grade for the neurological development.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Getty?
I have one question and then one comment. My question is, in practice, is the CCR standard, is it required to be met for the student to be able to attend community college in the 11th grade?
So, is it required? The requirement is that community colleges may not, if the student meets the CCR standard, they must enroll them in the credit-bearing courses. I believe the statute allows for, if the community colleges want to add in additional options beyond that, they may choose to do so. But right, so the standard is more that if a student meets the CCR standard as written, they shall be allowed to enroll in the credit-bearing courses.
My question was more on the high school end of things. If I was a student and I went to my counselor and I said, I want to go to community college, would there be a barrier if I hadn't met the standard?
The exact details of that are still being worked out, but for it's possible to be. I don't know. I guess I'm not sure. I would need to get back to you.
Because the standard isn't at 100%. We're not at 100% in identifying the right students with 100% accuracy. So as long as there's discrepancy in that statistic, then a student willing to give it a try, I think, should be allowed to give it a try. Okay, so that's the question. My comment is, as we traveled around the state of Maryland and met with individual county leaders, we found that in one county, I don't have a perspective on what's happening statewide, but in one county, as they are required to pay for the college tuition, the funds start to have, they're competing for those funds, and the county will take the college bearing credit classes out of the high school and back to the community college, and therefore the unintended consequence is an inequity again of students who can't get to the community college then will not have that opportunity. So I have a concern about the availability of credit-bearing classes for all students.
And I think also the question about with even the availability, it was physical availability, was also the funding issue as well. Who pays? So there was another part of that. Then Dr. Golson and then Ms. Ayala.
But I think a student member of the board, Ayala, was going to respond to board member Getty.
Okay.
Yes. In my experience at Howard Community College, last year I took a dual enrollment course, so it bared high school credit and college credit. So for the students that didn't meet the interim CCR standard, Howard Community College had their own pathways to be able to take that course since it was a credit-bearing course. So if you didn't meet the standard as deemed by HCPSS, you had to have a certain SAT score or other metrics to show that you were ready for that course. So I think that was really the deciding factor. If you didn't meet the HCPSS standard or the interim standard, then it was up to the community college to decide. That might be the case in other LEAs as well. But then also on the point of 10th grade as a pinpoint, that's really the first time, at least in Howard County, that's the first time students can take an AP course or an HTC course in most cases, unless your counselor gives you a special pathway. But government AP or computer science AP is typically 10th grade, so that's when students start to take the college level courses.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I am speaking on the recommendation from Vice President Michaels around the inclusion of a letter grade for the mathematics course instead of just a flat GPA. And I did have the opportunity to hear the rationale from the Accountability Implementation Board representatives in our monthly meeting, and actually concur that ultimately what the regulations is asking us to do is to ensure that students are ready to go into credit-bearing courses at the community college once they are deemed CCR eligible. And in order to do that, based on the AIR information, the American Institute Research information, our students have the course standards that they need in algebra. They just need a successful grade in that course in order to kind of justify the report didn't say they needed a grade, but I'm assuming that the assumption is that they will pass that course. If we don't put a stipulation around a grade, then potentially a student could meet CCR standards and still have a failing grade in algebra, the way that the proposal is presented now. Which is why I am for the algebra course having a letter grade with it, a B, or C. But I did have this question, because many times our students will take Algebra 1 at grade 9. You're deemed college and career ready at the end of 10th grade. So let's say I don't get the passing grade, I get a D, and D in districts is passing, and so I move on to the next course. My next course could potentially be geometry. Could a district say that they're offering a geometry course that has algebraic concepts in the geometry course that meets the collegiate requirement of standards, and could a passing grade in geometry of A, B, or C also meet that requirement? And I'm only bringing it up just so that we're prepared that if we're specifically saying Algebra 1, then we're saying Algebra 1. Are we saying it's Algebra 1 or it's Algebraic Concepts course? Could districts then potentially change their sequencing from Algebra 1 to Algebra 2, then geometry, to give students 2 opportunities to meet the college and career ready? I know I just have muddled this all together now. Could they change the course sequencing to meet the requirement to be Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and then they have 2 opportunities because we're saying it's algebra. And then the last one is just a warning. What I wouldn't want school districts to do is to add a course at grade 9 that's like this pre-algebra course, and then students take Algebra 1 at grade 10, and now they only have that option, that one-time option to get the requirement to meet it to become CCR ready. And there we go. Thank you.
Let me suggest a way forward on this topic. Taking into account what Dr. Golson said, I'm going to turn to Dr. Michael to restate, in effect, a motion that attempts to capture this. Mr. Hans, if you can record the motion as we go, then there'll be an opportunity to discuss, to ask for clarification of the motion. Once we have had that period, then we will then be able to then have a discussion around the motion and the clarification, and then we would be in a position to vote, and then be in a position then to provide guidance to MSDE in terms of what, if anything, they should be doing differently in terms of framing the recommendation, so that we have clarity. Does that seem reasonable? Okay. Dr. Michael, if you could help us restate.
Yes. So look to amend our working recommendation to include a measure titled Multiple Measure Standard with Enhanced Math Mastery that would be indicated that would require students to either, for the definition of enhanced math mastery, include a passing grade A, B, or C, or passing the MCAP assessment in Algebra 1, and for the sake of the motion at the moment, and then we can discuss, or equivalent algebra course. And so let me leave it there as the motion. Then we can discuss that, and then we can entertain a friendly amendment to that at this point. Does that work?
Yeah. Mr. Haynes, do you have that? Can you restate that?
Yes. Amend the working recommendation to include multiple measure standard that would require either a passing grade of A, B, and C, of A, B, or C, on an algebra in an algebra course or in Algebra 1 or an equivalent algebra course, or pass the MCAP assessment in Algebra 1.
Mm-hmm. What's that? Okay, so a friendly amendment to take out the word equivalent.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So with that being what, the floor is now open for a motion on this. And then again, motion doesn't mean that that you necessarily favor it, but the motion would allow us to have a motion and a seconding, which would allow us then to have a discussion about the content of the motion, and we'd be open for potential amendments or whatever. So the floor is now open for a motion.
Dr. Michael made the motion, so now you just
Okay,
need a
I'm
second.
sorry. So second it? Second it, Ms. McCusker. So now the floor is now open for a discussion of the motion, which could include friendly amendments. If friendly amendments are introduced, then we will dispose of the friendly amendments first, and then we will then adjust the motion potentially based on the resolution of the amendments. Dr. Getty.
My question to Dr. Michaels is, if we do an individual grade on Algebra 1, can you tell me why we would do Algebra 1 but not an English grade 2?
Yeah, so the feedback we received from higher education partners is that particularly the cumulative nature of mathematics instruction is such that mastery in Algebra 1 is particularly important in terms of being able to access content, that GPA is a better indicator of other disciplines, but the prerequisite skills in math are so critical that having that that baseline algebra mastery is key. We saw it in the content alignment study, and we've heard it in the feedback.
Dr. Johnson?
Dr. Michaels, does a C indicate requiring the skills that you need to be successful in a college math? Because in many cases, teachers will have kids who are on the bubble and give that extra point to get to that C.
I would think we'd have to, there's several factors that Maryland State Department of Education would have to look at when it comes to a grading policy. But I would say that we would have to go with, yes, a C, and not the notion that someone's get pushed over for a bubble, because it doesn't always happen. So yes.
Dr. Miller McCarthy.
So I just want to offer this little caveat. While I don't disagree with this, but in my world, I know really smart people who have pretty entrenched dyscalculia. So anywhere from 7 to 10% of the population of learners could have a deeply entrenched dyscalculia. And I'm not saying a mild math disability. This is just, they can't get number sense. So if we make this then we bar people who can be very successful in college, very successful in careers, from not getting that CCR standard. How do we manage that?
So would we manage that with their with their pathway, but also with accommodations.
Accommodations, if you don't know the skill, accommodations aren't going to help you. Extra time, or maybe using a calculator can help, but.
Yeah, that's what I mean with
Okay.
accommodations.
The other thing I'd add too is just the dimension of the multiple measures here, right? So we're not putting the accountability solely on the assessment. So there are multiple pathways to demonstrate the mastery. So it could be that grade or the assessment itself. And so with accommodations, I would hope that our students with dyscalculia have the opportunity to access and demonstrate mastery in one of those two measures. But noted.
I just want to make sure it's not a barrier.
Yeah, or a CCR pathway.
Let me just as a point of order, is it necessary to have some reference to accommodations in this? I'm just asking.
No, if it's in a student's, yeah, it's a good question. I would say, if it's identified that a student needs accommodations, that is assumed and required as a part of their IEP.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Good question. Dr. Getty?
Dr. Michaels, this is not an and, this is an or, isn't it?
So the mastery component itself is an and.
So how would you read this on
what
slide
page?
15, the blue left side?
Hmm?
So just start at the beginning and read it to me.
On the blue left side, on slide 15. And then it's and, so a column to the right, math mastery, that can be demonstrated either by, so another or, the passing the algebra exam, or the GPA the A, B, or C in the algebra course.
Okay, so.
So imagine a
you're
little column next to it called math mastery, and then there are two options to achieve that.
Or three. GPA and the grade of algebra and the MCAT.
Exactly.
Okay, so I read that as an or.
It is, so it's essentially two requirements, right?
Oh.
So it's the overall and then the math mastery that goes with it. And so within each column, there's an or. Does that make sense?
So describe a student.
So a student who passes both the ELA and the math assessment, they're
good to
need
go.
that for the test in the column 1, and under math mastery they pass the test, so they got that. Student who has fails the English assessment has a 3-1.
Okay, they're good to go.
They're good to go on the GPA. You go over to the other column, and they had a D in math, but they had a 3-1. But so they passed the math mastery by passing the math assessment, and they meet that benchmark there because they passed the math assessment, even though they got a D in Algebra 1 because they didn't do their homework. Okay. Right. We'll give another student. Student has a 2.8 GPA. I'm sorry, a student has a 3.2 GPA, fails both assessments, struggles with test anxiety, but is a really hardworking, conscientious student, fails both the test assessments, has a 3.2, gets the overall passage on 3.2, clicks over, got a B in math, and so they pass.
Okay. So it is an and.
Yeah.
Scenarios.
Okay.
Scenarios will help.
Additional questions concerning the amendment? Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. McCusker.
I just want to, I hate this thing. I just want to clarify for the public. This is not a motion on an actual CCR pathway. This is a motion to put something out for the public to consider.
Correct. Yes.
Just wanted to make sure everyone was.
Yes.
Yes. And ideally, where we want to be is in December, that we'll be bringing back a recommendation after we've gotten the additional public comment for the implementation of the CCR. So this will be out for the public comment. Mr. Gill.
Yeah, just one final question, from me at least. Mr. Michael, Dr. Michael, sorry. Josh, you noted that there's that we have data in the past, like we heard this from higher ed community, that this is a build on, right? That the cumulative knowledge up to Algebra 1, completely agree with that. From my heart point, my brain's asking, do we have empirical study or any data that actually suggests that that's true and that this is equivalent, like an Algebra 1 pass is equivalent or could count in the same way that we've seen data around the CCR standard so far?
Yeah, so let me respond. In whole, I mean, we have an awesome study in front of us, two actually, right? A content study and the predictive study. Inherently, with any study, there are tons of questions that it does not answer. There are a lot of limitations. One of those limitations, for instance, of our predictive study is we're looking at students pre-pandemic. So we're looking at students who passed, who went through math before the pandemic, which any of us know. We look just at our algebra pass rates, for instance. We're down from 27 in 2019 to 17% this past year. Students learn math. Our students are going to be going to community college this decade. They were in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade during the pandemic. So their math knowledge is going to look different than the math knowledge we looked at in this study. So the answer to your question is we didn't look at it this way in the study. What we do know is that community colleges right now across the state there's evidence of using different approaches to looking at that credit bearing. Like there are slightly different standards for math courses than there are other courses in some community colleges in the state. So we have evidence of that practice based on community colleges. And the other thing is we know from our content analysis study how critical the algebra concepts are in specific to entry-level college courses. So if we look at this as qualitative and quantitative data, we're not going to answer this from specifically this question from the quantitative side. Our qualitative data shows us just how important the algebra data is, and it gets, and if you remember, we've been dealing with this all summer where our colleagues from AIB have been asking critical questions about why students are taking our algebra courses and coming to community college not ready, even though they've taken the course that's supposed to have covered the content that's covered in the content analysis is needed. This is a policy that attempts to address that middle space. So it's an excellent point, and I think the short answer to your question is no. But it's informed in large part taking into consideration what we've seen.
Dr. Getty, please.
Okay, Josh, if you look at slide 11, and we have the study results for how we had the interim standard and the new standard and what it does for percentage of students identified and then the accuracy of that identification, we don't know what this new idea will do to the
Correct.
We're guessing that we're going to include more students in being identified with a greater accuracy. We're guessing.
And I would say we're guessing in a couple ways, right?
Okay.
So you're absolutely right. We're guessing because we're changing the standard slightly.
Yeah.
And again, we're also looking at success in higher education in the study based on math that was before the pandemic. So we're also assuming, it's a big assumption, that what we know from the data sets that we're looking at pre-pandemic are going to apply to community college readiness and higher education readiness, that's going to hold true here too. So there are assumptions built into this model. Overall, I think the model is excellent. It's pushing us in the right direction around GPA. But as policymakers, we've got to take a step back, take the information, and make the best decision we have with what is the best data we could have gotten, but is still somewhat limited in terms of guiding our path.
And I just want to add to that you're right, it is a guess. I think what you could extrapolate from the data is that's the nuance that Dr. Michaels is asking to add will put us somewhere between, if you were to look at this, between the 40 and 64%. Wouldn't make it worse. It's definitely not going to take it beyond the 64, but it will fall somewhere within there.
Are there any other questions concerning the amendment?
Might I just add too, you know, sometimes when we look at these studies and the predictive pieces, you know, we look at them in as if the student performance and meeting the standard is going to stay constant moving forward. Part of the purpose of setting a standard is to raise the bar and put the supports in place so more students can meet it. So, you know, part of what we're doing here is setting priority for schools, teachers, students, administrators, all of this, and really thinking about how can we realign supports and priority to say, this is what's really important. And so it is about the predictive, but there's also what are we signaling in what we say is most important moving forward. And should we move forward with this amendment, we're sending a message to people across the state that GPA is really important. It's just as important as passing tests. And math and algebra, if you want to be successful in that entry-level math class, you got to do well in algebra. And so I think that's the right signal from what, you know, bringing these studies together. But it is a very fair point, Dr. Getty, you raised.
Okay. All righty. So at this time, seeing no further questions or comments concerning the amendment, I think we will now go ahead and vote. Ms. Chang had to drop off, so we'll now those in favor of the motion from Dr. Michael, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
So looks unanimous then. We're unanimous.
Votes unanimous.
So the motion carries. What I would suggest is, Dr. Wright, would be your team to reach out to Dr. Michael and perhaps Dr. Goldson, just as you're drafting this, to make sure we get it just right, and that's what would be posted. And we can then circle that back to the board to make sure the board can see it, just to make sure we're all on the same page with the final writing. Okay?
Will do.
Great. Okay. Again, we just want to again remind everyone that on November the 9th, we're going to have a virtual public hearing. You'll get more information about that. Be an opportunity for the public then to comment on this recommendation. You'll also be able to go online and register comments on the virtual survey. So we will take all of that information into account, and then based on what we're hearing and what we've learned is we'll make any adjustments that are necessary, and that's what we'll be bringing back to the board for final action at our December meeting. Okay, great. Let me see. Okay. Yes, please. Yes.
Having passed that motion, Dr. Wright, when we are now going into the public comment section of this, you know, as we're trying to look at this new amended motion, is it possible for us to get some data about the percentage of students in 8th, 9th, 10th grade that pass with a C or better? Or the percentage of students that may have to take Algebra 1 more than once to pass? You know, that sort of information to add to this discussion, just so we know at least what the current impact looks like of adding that. Is that acceptable to the board to ask for that information?
No, I think getting impact data is always a good idea.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes,
Just
Mr. Gear.
so following on to what you said, Chair Crawford, President Crawford, I'm getting them all wrong. Clarence. All right, I'll just do that. All right, so.
Oh, what's his name?
Yeah. I think that we have higher ed definitely coming to the 9th to help in this conversation. I'll work towards getting us parents in the space, right, and partnering with parents. I think that we should absolutely look at, and I'm just looking back at an MDRC study that talks about outlining, or rolling out MMA, like multiple measures across different states, different districts, different localities. We should absolutely try to get students in the room as much as possible. And I'm looking across the entire board, not just Abisola, but for sure, any of your network, we would absolutely need in that space as much as we can, because to partner, one of the recommendations from that study is if you get this, one of the places you can get this wrong when rolling out multiple measures is at the student level and communicating with students so that they understand that this is now a change, that this is a new way to approach or a new thing, and getting ahead of that as quickly as possible is really important. So.
Absolutely. And we also are going to make a special effort to get employer input as well. So we'll have that, try to get that as much as we can. Dr. Wright, yes,
Just an additional comment to that. I think it's going to be really important in the communication that we also talk about when this goes into effect, because I don't want us to be thinking that this is like September of next year kind of a thing. In other words, so that children know what kind of runway they have. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All righty. We're running just a little bit ahead of schedule. They say don't ever say that because it always jinxes. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We will now take a break. We'll be back at 12:30 to reconvene. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the professional learning labs. Okay?
Okay.
Great. All right, we are reconvening now. We're going to have turn to Dr. Wright concerning professional learning labs.
Thank you, and I'm going to introduce and turn this off to my able-bodied person, Dr. Deanne Collins, who is the Deputy State Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, and I'm going to let her take it from there.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good afternoon, President Crawford and members of the State Board. I'm here with Finn Peter Ramsey, who's our Director of Social Studies. We'll be talking about professional learning labs, and you'll also have a chance to meet some of the other content directors. They're in the audience, but they'll be coming up for a portion of the presentation as well. So we will jump right in.
Please.
Today we're going to give you some background information on the Professional Learning Labs initiatives. We'll talk about the overview and goals of the Learning Labs, how they were developed, the planning process that we used in collaboration with our LEAs here at MSDE. We'll share with you a high-level overview of the topics that we've identified for this year, and we'll wrap up by sharing you an authentic example of how one LEA has taken the model and begun to use it within their LEA. Okay. All right. So I will start with just some background information. We wanted to share the connection to the Learning Labs and the State Board strategic plan that just rolled out. But what are professional learning labs and how are they different? The professional learning labs provide an innovative approach for teachers and administrators to engage in collaborative learning. One of the pieces of feedback that we continue to hear is our LEAs want time to be around each other and talk about best practices. They want to get into classrooms. They want to see learning in action across content areas. And so this model really does allow for that. They also provide a supportive environment where educators have time to experiment, reflect, refine their practices, and look at the specific needs of students. It's a unique format because it allows peers to engage with each other and dedicated time that they might not have otherwise. Last year when we did the early literacy labs, it was awesome for, in one of our LEAs, all of the principals in the LEA were able to participate and not have to be in their buildings. And they said, wow, we are actually able to come together and do this. So it was very excited. And then the last thing is the topics are anchored around an essential question and a guiding question as well. And that really grounds the guiding question, the focus of the professional learning labs. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But that really helps to focus on solutions around the problem of practice. Okay. If you recall, in the multi-year strategic plan, the Maryland State Board of Education and the Maryland State Department of Education developed this plan to leverage professional learning labs. So it is something that is identified as a strategy moving forward to support the initiatives outlined not only in the blueprint, but the work for the LEAs. And as I mentioned, it's an innovative approach, a collaborative approach, and it supports LEAs coming together. One of the things that we did do after last year's Learning Lab in collaboration with our research department, Matt 2K, they provided a summary, right, of all the feedback from the Learning Labs. They also collected, based on the evaluation that I did, not only the quantitative data, but the qualitative data. And that is really, really important to us getting better, but also making sure that these are meeting the needs of LEAs rather than what MSDE feels the LEAs need. So we will be doing that again as we institute Learning Labs as well. This is also just a reminder, last year when we implemented the Learning Labs, it was around reading, so the science of reading, the structured literacy approach, and it was the early learning literacy lab. And it really laid the foundation for the literacy labs that we're going to be expanding and talking about this year. But last year, during the Learning Labs, more than 78% of the attendees reported that they were highly satisfied. The other feedback that we heard overwhelmingly was they really appreciated the amount of time that they got to visit classrooms and see not only students in action, but also the teachers teaching the science of reading, using the materials, using the manipulatives, and then asking questions. So that will continue to be put into what we are doing again this year. And even recently, we continue to get calls. Are you doing those again? Are you going to do other content areas? So we are really looking forward to the expansion of the learning labs. Okay. Now I'll turn it over to Finn to talk about the goals, the team, and the development process.
All right, it's a pleasure to be with you guys today. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk a little bit about the professional learning goals, as Dr. Collins just mentioned, of the professional learning labs that we will be implementing this year. So there are 5 major professional learning goals for the professional learning labs. First, to have educators investigate and collaborate around a problem of practice. To have field experiences with opportunities to see practitioners at work. To reinforce or introduce new content, to provide opportunities to apply learning to local contexts, and to change practices across a system from the district level to classrooms. And there's 2 things I really want to emphasize here. First is to have field experiences. Learning labs are rooted in experience rather than solely professional learning experiences designed around theory. These are, as Dr. Collins was alluding to before, these are professional learning experiences that are rooted in lived experiences of practitioners. Secondly, to provide opportunities to apply learning to local contexts. Learning labs are all about scalability. How can we leverage best practices that are happening across the state, equip practitioners, and have them scale those to their own local contexts? 4 to 6, we envision the folks coming to learning labs as decision makers, change makers in their local contexts. This could be the chief academic officer, content department staff, school leader, lead teacher, campus instructional coach. Those are some of the high-level folks who could be involved, but in no way is this a list that would exclude anyone else. It's really up to the LEA who they want to send, who they think would be the best person to be a part of the learning lab. I'm next going to walk through some of the steps that MSDE goes through when planning the professional learning lab experiences. Step 1, MSDE reviews data to identify LEAs and schools that are outliers experiencing success. One of the things you'll hear as this presentation goes forward is how much the learning labs are rooted in data. Not only are the learning labs data informed, but they are leveraging data that we are using across the state and seeing across the state, and trends that have been developed that we are seeing are developing across the state. Step 2, MSDE researches outliers to learn more about what they're doing that is leading to their success. Here is where we are identifying the specific things that we think are happening within the school on the ground that are leading to these outliers. And step 3, MSDE identifies a problem of practice related to the practices the outliers are using. Step 4, MSDE develops an essential question to anchor the lab's learning. This is another key point that I'll come back to a little bit later on. All of the learning labs are framed around an essential question. So the learning is inquiry-based. Again, you'll hear me mention that again a little bit later on, around the problem of practice. Step 5, MSDE creates a preliminary draft of the types of experiences needed in the lab to assist participants in answering the essential question. And step 6, MSDE researches potential partners to support further development of the agenda and provide content during the lab. And then finally, MSDE identifies potential host sites and schedules introductory conversations. And perhaps the most important part is step 7. That is the relational piece of this planning part where we are collaborating with LEAs to lift up their expertise as we go through the planning process. The 3 big takeaways that I'd like for you to walk away with here is Learning Labs 1 are rooted in collaboration with the LEAs. Everything that we do with them is built on the idea that we are trying to spotlight the amazing practices that are happening out there across our state. 2, it is based on lived experiences. These are practical-based professional learning series that are designed to equip practitioners with the skills needed to be able to be successful in the classroom. And then finally, they're rooted in data and observation. So again, the learning labs are designed around data trends that we are seeing across the state. At this point, I'm going to pass it back over to Dr. Collins, and she's going to talk a little bit about the Professional Learning Lab development program that we have.
Go to the next slide. Okay. So Finn gave you a high-level overview of the different steps, and we're just going to go a little bit deeper into each of the components. So the first step in terms of the data review is really important, and we work with our research team here and ask a few questions. Did any of the school districts perform significantly better? We look at state assessments. Are there certain grades that are performing significantly better on the state assessments? Are they performing better when you look at national trends? We look at data for student groups, different student populations, student growth data. That's really, really important. Oftentimes, a score doesn't tell the whole story. So you need to look at how are students growing. We have many LEAs where you look at their data and you drill down and they have students that are growing. So we need to look at that too. And also perception data. And so this is really important to triangulate, but also look at multiple data points when we're looking and thinking about the LEA. So that data review in collaboration with our research team is really, really important. Through that, we begin to look at, okay, where are the outliers? And one of the most important things that are the instructional support team, the instructional directors have been doing is getting out and visiting the LEAs, visiting schools, right? They reach out to their counterparts in the LEAs, they ask questions, but we've been invited, they like us. We get invited to go into the LEA and actually see classrooms, see instruction, asking questions, not to put the LEAs on spot, but we need to learn more, right? How are you getting these results? The data, again, tells a story, but we want to know more about the story. So we are fully transparent when we're having these conversations, but it's really, really important that we're out in the field, learning and seeing what's happening in action, not making any assumptions. We also think about and talk with the LEAs around, is this something that we feel can be replicated, scaled up across the state in other LEAs? And what would that look like? And is there consistent data that would help us to respond to that question? From there, we then begin to talk about, okay, what would the problem of practice be? How could we help to address a public problem that's we're experiencing here in Maryland? What does national research look like? What does evidence-based practices beyond Maryland look like? Is it a complex issue that through getting into classrooms and having other LEAs come together, they could gain a lot of knowledge from and learn from each other? And also, how can it help to address disparities that we're seeing in some of the data and student achievement? Again, a very authentic problem of practice that the LEAs and the schools and the teachers feel like they can learn from, but also have time to reflect and explore further. Okay.
The fourth step is essential question development. As I mentioned earlier, the essential question plays a foundational role in the planning of the learning lab. It is the lens through which the learning, the professional learning is planned. Effective essential questions are open-ended and invite multiple perspectives, deep thinking, and discussion. They provide focus within the problem of practice and begin to investigate solutions to the problem. They solve problems of practice when answered and drive activities, and they will drive activities through the learning lab. There's a few examples here of some possible essential questions. How are high school teachers using strategic questioning to increase student discourse? What innovative strategies and resources can elementary science educators leverage to facilitate inquiry-based learning? And how can 3rd through 5th grade educators leverage content-rich texts to cultivate knowledge and improve comprehension? Each of these is rooted in a distinct problem of practice. Each of those is connected to possible data points, and each of those can be investigated in a learning lab over the course of 2 to 3 days. And each of those can be scaled up to fit a particular local context. Step 5 is drafting the learning experiences. And here is where, again, leaning back into the collaboration that I was mentioning before. 3 distinct parts to the drafting of the learning experience. 1, district, school, and classroom visits. As Dr. Collins alluded to before, they like us. We want to be out in classrooms. They want to be able to experience and bring people together through visits, through observations within the classroom. so we can see how the practices are actually being implemented across classrooms and schools. Second, action planning. How do we create space for action planning for our teams to be able to implement the things that they are seeing and learning about? And then second, participant collaboration. Really being able to work with experts in the field, collaborating with other LEAs, and leveraging stakeholder voices, and collaborating with LEAs by their role, their need, and interest. Step 6 is finding partners. Partners that we are using to be able to work with are going to be experts in current research and best practices, and they will be delivering relevant content to support the LEA and their professional learning experience. The partner's role, they're going to be designing, presenting, and content-specific sessions supporting districts and how to apply new learning, and the content is going to be aligned and reinforce the learning labs experiences. And then finally, again, perhaps the most important part is identifying host sites and introductory conversations. During this process, we will look over the data to see upward trends and outliers, as I mentioned before, identifying strategic actions that the districts are intentionally taking. A lot of times we will see trends in data, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what we think is happening in schools is the thing that is actually making the trends or the outcome in the data that we're seeing. So it's about having a conversation with schools to make sure that what we think is happening is actually happening. Locations should be different across Maryland so that folks have an opportunity across varied geographic locations to be able to participate in the learning labs. And then finally, authentic conversations with LEAs and school-based practitioners around conversations to gauge their capacity to host a learning lab. Again, making sure that learning labs are designed to be spotlights to raise up expertise. It is not supposed to be something that MSDE is coming in and saying you must do, but we really want to work in collaboration with schools to be able to provide the best possible learning experience. And I'll pass it back over to Dr. Collins.
Thank you. The last thing I'll say is we handle all the major logistics because we don't want this to be one more thing to the district. So all the technical work that needs to be done, we make sure we handle all of that. So now the content directors are going to share a little bit about the focus for this year. So Jen Meehan is here. She'll introduce herself and talk about math.
Good afternoon. I'm Jen Meehan, Coordinator of Mathematics, and I am presenting on behalf of Lindsay Brightful, Director of Mathematics at MSDE. As Dr. Collins mentioned, the math team analyzed MCAP assessment data to identify schools with higher proficiency and lower gaps between student groups compared to the state. From this data, we identified multiple schools across 6 LEAs, and we visited those schools this past spring. During our visits, we observed math instruction and met with building staff to learn about the elementary mathematics programs at those schools. As we visited these schools, we identified trends across the schools and trends across the LEAs. We learned that many of our higher performing schools have structures and systems in place to consistently support the facilitation of professional learning communities, or PLCs. This led to our essential question for the math learning labs: how can effective math professional learning communities, or PLCs, be prioritized, planned, and facilitated to ensure the implementation of curriculum with fidelity that leads to significant student growth? During the math professional learning labs, participants will visit schools to observe math instruction and see a PLC in action, and engage in professional learning focused on establishing and sustaining PLCs. District math teams will consider their local context as they explore how to leverage PLCs as a way to provide job-embedded training focused on data analysis, effective teaching models, and curriculum alignment in order to improve student outcomes in mathematics. The Math Professional Learning Labs will be hosted in February and March of 2024.
When speaking and visiting with LEAs and social studies supervisors over the course of the past 5 months, overwhelmingly the feedback has been that we need to focus on elementary social studies, specifically the effective integration of social studies in elementary classrooms. There's been numerous recent studies and research that has explicitly laid out how effective social studies integration at the elementary level improves reading by boosting comprehension through building content knowledge. Not only that, but these same studies have shown that effective social studies instruction and integration in the elementary classroom increases civic engagement, advances equity, and most importantly, prepares young people for life outside of the classroom. Based on observations and feedback received from school-based practitioners, coupled with statewide data, it was apparent where our learning lab should focus: the elementary social studies classroom. One of the core tenets of effective social studies instruction, highlighted especially in secondary coursework and in the college career and civic life framework under Dimension 3, is the use of multiple sources to support inquiry-based teaching and learning. To this end, our essential question: how do elementary social studies teachers effectively implement lessons that highlight identifying evidence and information drawn from multiple sources in response to a compelling question highlights this foundational skill. Proposed implementation for this series of learning labs will be in fall and winter 2023 and 2024. And now I'm going to invite Jason Semenoff to come on up. Oh, my apologies. I have the science is actually next. My apologies. So Zachary Carey, our fantastic director of science, is actually at a conference right now, so I'm going to briefly mention what he has planned for the learning labs around science. Going in a somewhat different direction, but still focused on the foundational elementary classroom, is our science learning labs. He has leveraged statewide data to identify that coaching and innovative professional development models have been associated with schools that are outperforming state trends. As such, science's essential question: how can school districts accelerate proficiency for elementary science through the strategic deployment of job-embedded coaching and innovative professional learning, is designed to spotlight the schools and districts that serve as exemplars across the state for job-embedded coaching and professional learning models. And now I will actually bring up Jason Semenoff to talk a little bit about comprehensive health education.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Semenoff, and I serve as the Director of Comprehensive Health and Physical Education. Today I want to echo much of what Finn and my other colleagues have shared with you, in that I have collaborated with Maryland's 24 dedicated health education supervisors to address the critical issues affecting Maryland's comprehensive skills-based health education programs. We've embarked on this journey by hosting dedicated meetings and visiting schools to gather data and feedback to really pinpoint the essential question that will guide our lab, all while accounting for the LEA's desire to remain flexible on which standards and assessments are showcased. So, zeroing in on the essential question: how can secondary health education courses leverage formative and/or summative assessment data to drive student learning across the health standards? We're going to ask participants to do a deep dive into their formative and summative assessment data so they'll gain deeper insight into Maryland's comprehensive health education standards, and together explore and map out potential solutions to effectively use this data to craft comprehensive skills-based curricula. These strategies are designed to not only benefit students, but also provide essential support to the teachers who teach health education. And we're planning to hold the health education lab this winter sometime between January and March. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christina Rodriguez, and I serve MSDE as the Director of Literacy Programs and Initiatives. So as you may recall, and as Dr. Collins mentioned earlier, the learning lab that took place last spring was a literacy learning lab. And the focus was on structured literacy, which is the instructional practices that are rooted in the body of science, that is the science of reading. So specifically, the previous literacy lab focused on early literacy, so that is kindergarten through third grade. The essential question that was posed last spring was, how do we leverage screening data to inform instruction? And the screening data that was used was that of the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, the KRA, and the Ready to Read Act screening data as well. The three sessions spotlighted three different Maryland LEAs, which were Wicomico, Baltimore City, and Calvert County. And all three of those were spotlighted because of their use of data to provide effective early literacy instruction instruction to their students. So Now that we've discussed early literacy, we feel like we need to kind of start looking forward to our next steps in Maryland. So while we know that early literacy is vital to student achievement, we also know that the continuation of support for our students in grade 4 and beyond is just as vital. So the blueprint is clear in the need for students to meet reading proficiency by the end of grade 3. And while we're making significant strides towards that goal, it's clear that the need for professional learning to support the needs of students who are unable to meet grade level proficiency by the end of grade 3 is the next step for Maryland. So as our students are transitioning from learning to read in kindergarten through 3rd grade, we need to ensure that our students are prepared to use their reading skills in order to learn in grades 4 and beyond. So the essential question for our next literacy lab is, how do educators leverage intervention strategies or other student supports aligned to the science of reading to improve literacy outcomes for struggling readers in grades 4 through 8? Specifically, we're focusing on upper primary and middle school grades for now. The data that is being leveraged to root our essential question in conjunction with with Mr. Duque, we're trying to track student progress and growth primarily for our underserved students through ELA MCAP in grades 4, 5, 6, and 7. We will also be using a lot of anecdotal data from our visits to LEAs and discussions with our ELA supervisors in our LEAs. We will focus on LEAs in schools that are outliers in their assessment data, and then we'll be doing observations in the field to identify and promote the specific differentiated and interventional practices that teachers are using to boost student outcomes, both in foundational skills and their ability to decode and in their comprehension abilities. So this learning lab is very much a work in progress, but we intend on implementing it in the next spring, early spring of 2024.
Thank you. So we'll wrap up here. Wanted to share with you an example that Washington County instituted. They started last year using the model of learning labs that we introduced. They adopted the model for their professional learning, targeting administrators. So they implemented this fall, and administrators engaged in a learning experience to share their understanding of high-quality teaching and to hone their leadership practices by drawing on the expertise of their peers. There also planned a math learning lab for principals where administrators engage in a learning experience to develop a shared understanding of what high-quality problem-based math classroom instruction looks like. So they've done that model. And then going forward, the paraprofessional learning labs in Washington will continue. They are continuing to try to scale it up. We are available to support LEAs in designing the models that best meets their needs. And we want to continue to look at this model along with other models to support improved outcomes for students. So thank you, and ready for any questions.
Very good. Dr. Johnson?
Thank you, Dr. Collins, and for that presentation. Along with the problem of practice also comes a theory of action. So have you had your, have the LEAs, the schools that you visit, have they written down their theory of practice in terms of the strategies that they're utilizing that help them get to the results that they have? And then cataloging those specific theories of actions into a book that will be your best practices that you can share throughout the state.
Thank you for that. The question around having conversations with LEAs, with practitioners around what are the practices that they are actually doing to get these results that we're seeing. Yes, 100%. That is almost the root of the conversation when we first make contact with LEAs and schools. That's almost the first question we ask. What are you seeing in schools that is making these outlier results happen? And I think the idea of having a curated book best practices or resource for teachers, for schools that can be accessed across the state is a fantastic idea, and definitely something that is rooted in the idea of scalability. Because the big key here is being able to take what's going on at the school level, at the LEA district level, innovation that's happening there, and being able to take it and apply it across the state in their own particular context.
And I'll just add to that, your question is timely because as MSDE and the AIB have been reflecting on the blueprint implementation plans that the LEAs are submitting, we are trying to get them there, right? How do we ask those reflective questions so that the LEAs can really get to your point, like what is really making a difference for students? What's our theory of action around that? And what do we need to stop doing or tweak? And really narrow our focus. And so our hope too, this timing of this is prime because as the LEAs are redefining and reimagining their blueprint implementation plans and strategies, we want them to be thinking about exactly what you're talking about. So this also dovetails very nice with Pillar 3.
There's some additional research you may want to look at University of Washington around the problem of practice and theory of action.
Thank you.
When you look at, you said you were looking at outlier, so maybe outlier in terms of literacy. Are these sort of isolated? So if you went to a school that was an outlier in literacy, would you see them also perhaps being an outlier in terms of results in other subject areas, or is it just sort of what you're just seeing? They're good at this and that's it, or what are you saying?
We're seeing a little bit of both. And that's the beauty of partnering with our research. We ask them lots of questions so they can dig deep, so we can get at that. Some of what we're finding, we don't want to go to the same place, but oftentimes we look at the data and we're seeing an LEA is moving the needle in multiple content areas. And so sometimes we involve other content areas, especially when I talk to the chief academic officers, we're noticing a theme across some of these contents. Why is that? So yes, we have seen that.
One of the things as you're doing your research and the like is make sure that we just sort of take a look at the impact of leadership, because we've had over the past year or so principals come in and talk, and they were principals in schools where they were achieving significant improvement, and that's one of the things too to take a look at is the impact of leadership. I would suspect that in those schools where you're seeing the needle moving in multiple areas, it's in large measure a function also of the leadership of that principal, vice principal type person there. Because then if that's the case, then again we look at how do we help our leaders create the right kind of environment for the change? Because if we're gonna see transformative education, then we have to do it at all 1,400 schools. So as we're take a look at that leadership piece, and maybe there's some things that we could do in particular that would support principals and vice principal type individuals.
Absolutely.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Crawford, in the work that they're doing at Washington University School of Ed, they're looking at all pieces. They're looking at what the students are doing, what the teachers are doing, and what the leaders are doing.
Excellent.
And with that, they come up with the problem of practice. So it involves all those entities.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Mr. Greer.
That's okay.
You're sure?
I'm sorry, I didn't see. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Then Dr. Getty.
Thank you then, Dr. Getty.
Yeah, I know you will.
Two questions. I'll do them separately, but building on what President Crawford's asking and what Dr. Johnson is noting as well. I love problems of practice. I love anytime you get practitioners and professionals together to support the development of new ideas and to share ideas. I think it's a really important way to learn and to develop. Contexts are very different across the state, right? And so we have to build out from that. But it begs the question sometimes of, in the research world, when the team is doing research, how do we balance the idea that we are getting a good understanding of when students or teachers are approaching things the right way in terms of what gives the most benefit without actually withholding services from students. So in other words, can we do, I don't think that we can do a true study here without actually to know exactly which of the approaches that the problem the practice is addressing or that's looking at, and know, is this actually working compared to students who don't get that service? I guess what I'm really getting at, I'm kind of getting long-winded, is what I don't want to do is start experimenting across the state, right? And withholding services from students. I don't know. That's not what we're saying here, but I guess maybe it's less a question and just a statement. Consider that we're not doing that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the next question is, are non-public schools included as places where we are looking? There's definitely opportunity there, I think, in terms of some of the services that are provided, especially in high quality, high performing non-public schools, special ed services, anything like that, that go beyond the traditional schools that we'd be looking at. So what I'm wondering is, do we look at those as well as spaces where teachers, principals, everybody can go and look?
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. And also, we've talked about, based on some of our observations, how can we do these models in our non-public spaces as well? So,
Dr. Ketty?
As a former pre-K teacher, can you discuss the definition of early literacy was K through 3 and why it doesn't include pre-K? If you bring the pre-K teachers on board in the science of reading and the literacy labs, my expectation would be that the public pre-K has the highest KRA scores only because of their training and because of their tie-in to a continuum of curriculum and expectations. So I feel like there's a missed opportunity when you define early literacy starting with K.
absolutely, point well taken. And Dr. Cook and I have also had that discussion as we look at professional learning for pre-K. We've been doing sort of an audit of what has happened around literacy professional learning for pre-K teachers and how have they been a part of or not been a part of the discussion around the science of reading. And as we think about the expansion of learning labs, how does this fit into the work that they've already been doing? Especially they're looking at the early learning literacy standards currently as well. And so point well taken, that is actually a conversation that Dr. Cook and I have already had. So thank you for elevating that.
Any additional comments, questions? Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Thank you. Thank you. Now we're going to move into reports to the board, and we're going to be looking at a number of COMAR related items. And the first one is COMAR 13A080102-3, Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, permission to publish. Dr. Ryan?
Yes, and Dr. Cook, are you going to do that? Okay. Dr. Cook was going to be here doing this, to do this presentation, so I'll turn it over to you.
I'll sit over here so you can see me. All right. Sorry for the shift.
Switch it, yeah.
The switch. Chandra Hazlett, Assistant State Superintendent of Assessment, Accountability, and Performance Reporting. So I am here to present to you the request for the State Board to grant permission to publish COMAR 13A080102-3, the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. Just as a reminder, this goes through a process, so it'll go through a 15-day comment period with ALR, 30-day public comment period, and then we would bring it back with you, summarizing the content of what we got from the feedback for a further decision from the State Board. So this is permission to publish. So the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, just as a recap a little bit, and prior to 2016, we administered a census KRA, Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. There was legislation put in place to allow local education agencies to do a sample. So then for the last 3 years, local education agencies did a sample or could choose to do a sample or choose to do a census test. The 22 year, last year, was the first year that we returned to a census test. And as you know, I presented, or some of you may know, I presented the data last December. So in a future meeting, since the KRA just closed, we'll be presenting that data to you at a future meeting as well. This permission to publish is an administrative change. This is primarily to align with the requirements of the blueprint. So education article, what is it, 7.210, I believe is what's on the top of it. Basically states that all local education agencies must census test on the kindergarten readiness assessment or a department-approved assessment, which currently ours is the KRA. So basically what you will see in the regs that were provided to you, the yellow is what we are presenting to you today to move forward for public comment. The red is what has been removed, and most of the information remains the same. There still is a requirement for local education agencies to complete the assessment in the beginning of the school year, October 10th. They may administer in the summer, but the goal is for all of them to administer in the beginning of the academic year. We continue the practice of providing aggregate data back to the local education agencies within 45 days. So our intent for that assessment is to get the results back to the families and the educators as quickly as possible. And in fact, the platform pretty much provides immediate results for the students as they are submitting the data. And I think with that, I will pause for questions.
Okay. So at this point, the floor is now open for questions of clarification. After clarification, then we'll entertain a motion, and then we can have questions concerning the motion before the vote. So the floor is open now for clarification. Dr. Getty.
I have a couple of things to ask. One is, we used to do a sample, or the districts had the opportunity to choose that, and then last year we changed. Can you tell me the difference in the, did it reveal a difference in data, or does it just affirm more kids do the same statistical outcome?
So when the legislation passed, I think 14 local education agencies chose to do a sample. That has slowly increased over the last few years to, I think, the year before it was required as part of Blueprint. I think 22 local education agencies administered a census test. There was value in receiving the results for a student. And I think as we implemented the new KRA, which came on board, I believe, in 15, local education agencies start to see the value of the results. There's a fairly robust reporting tool so that you could get individualized data for a student so that you can better instruct that student going forward. And so we did see an increase over time, moving away from the sample, which only provides some assessment results for students, to a census test, which provides individualized assessment results.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I have two concerns. One is, I feel that there's discrepancy across the state on who provides funding for the teacher to do assessing over the summer and who does not. Okay. And so my concern is that then you have, this is designed to be a snapshot to compare all kindergarten kids in Maryland. And so you might have June 1st to October 10th, as opposed to the month of September, I'm taking a snapshot. So I have a concern that it says somewhere. Where does it say
that they
summer?
they may administer in the summer?
Yes. Can we? Here it is. Yes. B2A. I would prefer that that be narrowed down a little bit more to make it more consistent in the state of Maryland, because that's what we're doing. It would make it more accurate if you said starting August 1st. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's broad. 4 months in a kindergarten kid's life is a lot, 4.5 months.
No, I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that.
My second concern is bigger, and that is A4. It says the assessment may be administered to identify a disability. I do not think that this is what KRA was developed for. I think that is a misuse of this test, and I don't care. It seems to put the emphasis on who's giving the test, and I think that's not, just because a psychologist is giving the test doesn't mean you can identify a disability. If there aren't reliability and validity tests to go along with that idea, that is not okay.
Well, I'm in 100% agreement with you on that, because a KRA should never be used to identify as the sole measure of a student with a
Not
disability.
disability.
So
You could say
let us,
immaturity, but not disability.
but not to
That
identify
implies
disability. No.
Special education services, and that is not what this test is designed for.
So let us take that back and,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
What we
thank you
just-
for listening.
We'd like to
Mr.
point
Shaw?
out that that language
It's-
is in statute.
Yes.
That if it is going to be used as part of the assessment to identify a disability,
Go to AIP.
the KRA has to be administered by a school psychologist or other school-based professional if it's going to be used, if
It
the
says if.
results.
It's
If.
just inappropriate,
that's right.
though. It's
But it is inappropriate use of I mean, I'll speak up on that. I mean, I don't know who wrote the legislation. I'm not going to argue that point. But no, there should be no single measure that would be used to identify a student with disability, A, and B. That's not really the purpose of a KRA. A KRA is really to get a sense of where children's readiness is in terms of kindergarten, not to identify whether or not they have a disability.
They would come out.
I would be surprised that, to be honest with you, that the special ed advocates haven't really spoken up where that is concerned.
Dr. Millie McCarthy?
So, Yahoo, thank you. I agree with you, but if it is in statute, it could be used as a measure to understand kindergarten readiness as multiple points of information in detecting a disability. So there's a way of wording this that can
But it's the
align.
wrong age group.
As part of multiple
As part
measures.
of multiple, yeah.
Yes.
No, but I agree with you 100%.
not a
The
measure.
purpose of this is not to identify a disability. It can help you understand what a child knows, but that's about it.
Right.
Will determine learning lags, but not a disability. You
Dr.
have
Michael?
to, I'm sorry.
Dr. Haslett, do we know if we're currently using it in this way? What do we know right now in terms of the current use of the KRA?
I'd have to follow up with their local education agencies to confirm anything, I would say. I'd be surprised if they were, but
The one thing that this does raise, and we should all be aware of this, is the KRA is implemented in different schools by very different professionals. So it can be implemented by a paraprofessional, a teacher, school, in certain cases. And this is an assessment that is influenced in some, there's a lot of back and forth. And so I believe that's the intent of this, to ensure that if it's used as a part of this, that it is done so by the school psychologist that may have heightened sensitivity to certain things. But we should be aware, no, I agree. I'm just saying we should be aware, though, that this raises the point that the KRA is dependent on who gives the test. So that's a part of this that we should know about.
That's a good point.
I'm not the expert on the test. Might you give us a little bit of view, Chandra, on how the KRA is administered, what some of the variation is in there?
Yeah, so I think in the memo as well, so it's a mixture of items as well as a teacher-administered assessment. All the teachers receive training as far as how to administer it. There's quite a bit of guidance in regards to universal learning to make sure that they're providing appropriate accommodations. But it is a mixture. There's 4 domains that they're measuring: language and literacy, mathematics, social foundations, and physical well-being and motor development. And so there's 50 questions total. And so it's a mixture of teacher observations as well as assessment items.
And there's also, we see it on the ground, you can see a pretty strong variance whether a school decides to administer this after lunch in September or before lunch. These are things that, and it's a one-on-one assessment. So it's just important to lift that part of this assessment that's not as much a part of all the other standardized assessments that we have.
Where are you
Customer.
hearing that someone other than a teacher is administering KRA? I mean, the school psych here, but that you're hearing that instructional assistants are administering KRA. Is that,
I could be off there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What I am saying is that this is a one-on-one assessment.
yes,
It is relying upon the trained professional that administers it. It is a dimension of this. That is why this language is here. But I think I'm really happy that Dr. Getty is raising this point on the whole, that we should bring into question how this is landing in terms of its association with special education or disability identification.
and what is, I'm sorry, Mr. Schoen, again, what was the language that was related to this being used to identify? Is it saying that you must use it?
No, it said if.
Yeah, it is a may, you're exactly right. And it says the assessment may be administered to an enrolled pre-kindergarten student by a school psychologist or other school-based professional to identify a disability. So, one way of addressing that is to use put the language more accurately in the regulation as it states in the statute.
It's word
Ra-
for word.
Yeah, it sounds like
already.
it's word for word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But
I
what
just
the
read
law
to you the
says, I'm sorry, not the reg,
Oh.
what the law says. Because
Yeah,
you
it
had said it
says-
was in the law.
Correct. Okay, so the law, and this is in 7-210, which was enacted in 2021. A statewide kindergarten assessment or early learning assessment may be administered to an enrolled pre-kindergarten student by a school psychologist or other school-based professional who intends to use the results in order to identify a
That's
disability.
different. So that's phrased differently than this is
Correct.
phrased.
Yeah.
That's a very distinct difference.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I have both on at the same time. I read the wrong side.
Yeah.
And so change the language to match
To match
statute.
the statute.
Is that something that we can do now, or does that mean they have to take this back and start over?
It's up to you all. You can, we've done this in the past. With working with MSDE, my office can work on the language that you approve here today, and then, work with the president, with the leadership, and to make sure that the language is consistent with what the board intended, and then you can still move forward without bringing it back in December.
Just to be clear, that this is very, very wrong in terms of research and validity and reliability and
Read the last thing is
identifying
the
a
best.
pre-K kid with a disability, that's serious.
But I think if you use the language that you just read, that implies multiple measures to identify versus, because the way this reads, it reads it as a sole piece of identification. And that's where I would agree with Dr. Getty on this.
Let me, I'm sorry, Doctor.
No, I'm going to ask another point. So I agree with you, and I do think it doesn't, the way that the language in the law is written doesn't say that you can use this as a way to measure a disability. What it says is you can use it to gather information on the child, the way I interpret that language.
The second language.
It could be,
There are, what I want to try to do is we've gone beyond just clarification. We're now potentially looking at amendments. That's okay. That's okay. So I've got, so what we have here now is a request from State Superintendent to publish amendments to COMAR 13A 080102-3 Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. What I would suggest that we do is we have at least two items on here. One was about the testing window, and then the second one was just what we discussed there about the use of the KRA. What I would suggest is that we take each one of these items up as a potential amendment and then vote on that, and then we can then potentially go forward with instruction to the department. Did you have something?
I was also going to remind us that we had to work on the timeline
Yes.
for testing.
Okay.
It wasn't just the language on the disability, it was also
Yeah.
the window.
Could I offer a suggestion? Could I offer a
Please, yes.
suggestion that we pull this item and let staff work on it and bring it back in December?
Okay, that's fine. That's
That way,
another option
to
as
provide,
well.
listen to what everybody has said and to provide clarity, and then, rather than
Okay.
trying to, if that's okay with the board?
Yes, that's acceptable. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're now going on to Comar 13A 1608 and 13A 1708, Child Care Centers, Child Care Letters of Compliance, Permission to Publish. Dr.
Thank you, President Crawford. Board members, we're seeking permission to publish amendments to Regulations 13A.16 and 13A.17. These proposed amendments pertain to the maximum group size and mandatory training for staff in centers that serve school-aged children. Currently, a group of school-aged children must have a staff-child ratio of 1 to 15 and a maximum group size of 30. Under the proposed amendment, a center may utilize a maximum group size of 45 when staffed by at least one teacher, one assistant teacher, and one aide. A parallel amendment is not necessary for the letter of compliance facilities because staff are not required to be qualified teachers in the same way. As to staff training, groups that include infants, toddlers, or preschoolers must have at least one member who is certified in an approved first aid and CPR class for every 20 children. Under the proposed amendment, however, groups consisting exclusively of school-age children must have at least one staff member who is certified in approved first aid CPR for every 30 children. These changes provide additional flexibility for centers, and they also help to ensure that we're serving more children in appropriate and supervised ways.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish amendments to Regulations Comar 13A 1608 and Comar 13A 1708, Child Care Centers, Child Care Letters of Compliance. The floor is now open for a motion. Dr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Gear. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Looks like it's unanimous. Yep, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna now go to Comar 13A 0804, Student Behavior Interventions, Permission to Adopt. That will, Dr. Wright.
Yes, Mary Gable will lead us through this. She's the Assistant State Superintendent for Student Support, Academic Enrichment, and Educational Policy. Ms. Gable.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Crawford, Dr. Michael, members of the
You only
board.
have one this time.
I only have one. It's a big one.
It is
but
a big
I only have one today, and thank you, Dr. Wright. So I bring before you today Comar 13A 0804, which is student behavior interventions. We've heard earlier specifically addressing restraint and seclusion. So I want to give you just a brief update, since many of you were not here when we brought these amendments to the state board originally. We are bringing it before you today for adoption. So that's ultimately what the vote will be. In the 2022 legislative session, the General Assembly brought forth a bill entitled Physical Restraint and Seclusion, Limitations, Reporting, and Training. The legislation had major actions, and that legislation passed, became effective July 1, 2022. So it's been in effect for over a year now. It banned the use of seclusion in local school systems and LEAs and public agencies. It placed strict requirements on the use of seclusion in non-public schools. Requires each school to notify the LEA and MSDE within 4 business days if there is a student who has at least 10 incidents of restraint, if it's a public school, or restraint and or seclusion in a non-public school. It requires also the LEA to respond, to assess the use of those 10 incidents, and at the same time provide recommendations for behavior interventions. It also requires the LEA, the public agency, to develop a corrective action plan if the system reports 10 or more incidents or is in violation of the requirements of the bill. The Maryland State Department of Education began immediately to establish a cross-divisional group to begin work on the implementation of this legislation. I am very proud to mention the divisions that have been part and continue to this day to meet weekly. And they are the divisions of Early Intervention and Special Education Services, the division I'm proud to be a part of, which is Student Support, Academic Enrichment, and Educational Policy, Division of Education Certification and Program Approval, and the Division of Assessment, Accountability, and Performance Reporting. In addition to that, we had the Attorney General's office on a regular part of this group and advising us throughout and reviewing, and today you're looking at a regulation that they had a major part in putting together. The work, not only was it a cross-divisional group here at MSDE, but we also established a restraint and seclusion work group. This restraint and seclusion work group included local directors of special education, local directors of student services, members of directors of non-public special education schools, the advocacy community, and parents and guardians. Were instrumental and met regularly to give us input, advice, guidance on the materials that we developed, and input on the regulations. So our focus in the past year plus has been on developing guidance documents to ensure that we are implementing the law. And of course, they had to be developed from the very beginning, and so that's what we have been working on. We have conducted training webinars, we've held office hours, and multiple training webinars. For example, if we're doing a webinar training on the implementation of the forms, then we did at least 3 or 4 and offered different times, and then we would follow them up with office hours, which means that staff who are here and are listening throughout the building were available to answer any kind of questions that were there. We've also addressed the needs of public agencies, including the Maryland School for the Deaf, the Maryland School for the Blind, and the Seed School, along with non-public schools. Our major was to address the amendments that needed to be developed to COMAR 08, which you have before you now, 0804, which is Student Behavior Interventions. As a reminder, it's usually in color, but because it's coming back to you for adoption, the language that is in italics is the new language. The language that is bracketed is the language that is being deleted. So, and it's usually red and yellow, as many of you know, but you have a black and white copy right now. We brought to you the COMAR regulations, and they were brought before you on March 8th, 2023 at your state board meeting. During that time, we brought it for permission to publish. We reviewed with you the documents that we had, and you voted to give permission to publish. Of course, the documents Chandra mentioned, they go through a review of the language, they go through AELR, and then the documents were published in the Maryland Register from September 8th to October 10th. During that time, we received 2 documents, both of which you have. You have the actual document, and then you have a document which summarizes what were the recommendations and what was our feedback in those recommendations. The first one was a letter from the Education Advocacy Coalition for the Students with Disabilities. Some members of that advocacy were members of our task force, of our work group, and attended all the meetings. And the second was from a parent who, what you typically see many times are names, and this parent requested that the parent's name be withheld, and so we are withholding that name. I have that information, but we're not making that public as per the parent's request. So as part of that packet that you have, and you have many documents, we have put together a, as I find the document here in my, so one of your documents looks like this, which is the list of all of the comments that were made and our recommendations regarding that. I'm not going to go through each one of them because you can certainly read them. Some of the recommendations had to do with language, and that's, we just had a discussion. That was language in the statute. So for example, one of the questions was, it says during school hours. It shouldn't say during school hours. Well, the statute says during school hours. But we did define in the documents that we have produced in both the process document and the implementation document, we did define what during school hours means. And we defined that as during the school day, during after school activities, at dismissal. So we defined it in terms of what the school day is, but the language we used is the language that is directly from the statute. There were recommendations about making sure that we use trauma-informed in our behavior intervention, which will be part of our training. We've already begun the training. We have training that will be scheduled, and this year, last year, the dedication was to creating all the forms that we needed to create, implementing all those forms, making sure the LEAs had time to implement those forms and do training within the LEAs. That was the focus. The focus now is we have the forms, we have major data collections. One of the recommendations of the statute that we have implemented is data collection. We collected data all last year to see how things were doing. The team, if we noticed a school that had 10, 20 incidents for a particular student, there was contact made with that school, there was discussion about what's going on, what kind of assistance can we provide, what kind of clarification can we provide. So we've continued to do that. And then this year, the focus is going to be on the training and intervention. Materials have already been developed. We're going to continue to develop those and work with the LEAs, go visit the LEAs, and do training on behavioral interventions. The equity, as I said, the Equity Education Advisory Coalition, all the names of that coalition are included in the letter that you have before you. Some of the definitions, there was some question about definitions, and you can see in the implementation document that we have prepared, we have defined what is restraint, what is not restraint, what is seclusion, what is not seclusion. So that information is contained in those 2 documents. We utilize that. We have since also developed an FAQ, which you have in your packet, and that we have FAQs in the implementation, but over time, questions came out. So we've developed the FAQ, the separate document to address the questions that we have, with the commitment that that's not a final document. As we get further questions that need to be further defined, we will continue to add to that. All that information is posted on our website and is available to the LEAs. So one of the things that we wanted you to know, that since we've been before you in March, not only has there been training and webinars and technical assistance, but we've also done outreach. We met with more than 70 educators and para educators. We did meet with them virtually, and we had 2 sessions where we asked them, how are things going for you? What kind of questions do you have? What kind of support do you need? We very quickly broke each of those sessions into workrooms, and the rooms were smaller so that we could get the feedback. We gathered all of those notes and published all those notes, and we'll consider all of those recommendations in the training that we will be doing. The school year, as I said, will be devoted to the interventions. And that's pretty much a summary. There's lots of documents that you have before you here. Basically, as I said, I bring before you 13A0804 and request adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. We have open now for questions of clarification. Ms. McCusker?
Thank you for the presentation and all the materials. I have a question about the training and the training component. As I look at some of the language in the guide that you've given us, it talks about how you guys are doing some of the training and establishing a training program, but then it talks later on about how the LEAs will identify the evidence-based crisis intervention program. So is the training coming to teachers and education and support professionals and special, everybody that is working with students? Is that coming from you? Is it coming from the LEA? And it looks to me like there's an expectation that everyone is to be trained. It says all school personnel as I read it, but I'm a little confused about where the training is coming from. Is it coming from you? Is it coming from the LEA? Is it a combination? And is it expected that everyone who's working with kids has a working understanding of these important laws surrounding seclusion and restraint?
So how about if I say yes?
Awesome.
Because it
More
really
detail?
it really is all of them. So we are small but mighty, we would
Right.
say. So we do a lot of training, and that's why when we do training, we offer it multiple times, so we can get 80, 100 people on in some cases, but we will offer it multiple times. So we will provide training. The LEAs are also, so we're providing in many cases a trainer model, but the LEAs also, and they have certain models that they use. So some of their schools, as you well know, have more intensive populations, but there is a need for all teachers, all paraeducators to be trained on behavior interventions. And so for that, there is more intensive training in some of the schools. There is, the LEAs are also providing training, and we're providing training. The team is constantly scheduling training. They've scheduled all kinds of trainings in November because we did all this training in the spring. We've been implementing things this summer and now since the opening of school, but we know that there's some clarifications that are needed, and so we're going to provide that. But certain LEAs, certain schools have certain models that they are training on, and so they would be doing that in particular. I know 2 of members of my team, and maybe Alex is behind me, may have gone to one of the LEAs that was doing a training in a particular model, and they invited us, and 2 to 3 of us went down there. So the answer is yes to all of them.
And as we see more inclusion models being rolled out into what people would call as regular schools or whatever, but as we see more use of the inclusion model, would the expectation be that anyone who is working with these students who have high behavioral needs
Yes.
or emotional disabilities requiring extra attention, that bus drivers, whoever is in contact with these students would get this training as part of their regular?
Yeah, it's really critical, because if we don't train and we don't define what actions are or not can be done, sometimes people want very specific answers. This is what you do in every circumstance, and that is, you're shaking your head, it's not possible. What we have to do is know good models, good behavior intervention techniques, good definitions, and then good judgment on what can be used. And then we're collecting data. So we're collecting data and analyzing the data. So you will shortly see results of all the data that we've collected on restraint and seclusion. And so we've collected all that, we're analyzing, and the statute called for more intensive data than we've ever done before. We collected it last year, but it was new last year, so each year I think the LEAs will get better about collecting their data because they have the definitions.
Okay. And I guess one of, I know you've already started some of the training. I hate to be building the plane in flight because, there's teachers that are teaching students with high needs, and there may only be one or two people in the building that are really, truly trained. And then you're trying to call for help or assistance, and that person's assisting a different teacher in a different classroom, and there may not be enough people. So I think it's important that we have really broad training. So that we have enough people with enough knowledge around the building to help students manage classroom situations, success, help teachers manage, and help students self-manage.
Exactly.
And de-escalate throughout the building. So I think the training component to this is really crucial, and it has to be, I think, very widely spread out so that many people have the training and as part of their regular duties, not just a quick little add-on in the summer in your own time, but intensive job-embedded training.
Thank you.
Any other questions of clarification? Okay, seeing no further questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to adopt amendments to Regulation COMAR 13A0804, Student Behavior Interventions. So we have a motion by Dr. Wilcox, seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Looks unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we now have permission to adopt. This is making amendments, proposing adoption of amendments to regulation under 13A, 16 child care centers, 13A, 18 large family child care homes. Dr. Cook.
Thank you, President Crawford and all the board members. We are asking for permission to adopt regulations amendments around probationary child care teachers. This was first brought to the board on September 27th, 2022, and has been through the promulgation process. When it went to receive public comments, we received two. One was in support and one was against. The one that was against asked for reduction of qualifications. However, we must adhere to the statute in which this regulation is based on, which does require some minimum qualifications for teachers who are working in childcare. However, we do, as MSDE, believe that this proposed regulation that's coming before you for adoption does increase overall flexibility in terms of moving teachers and hiring teachers to work in childcare facilities.
The floor is now open for questions or clarification. Seeing no I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. Excited to get this on the books as we are getting more child care educators into the ranks in our early learning system. My question to you is, do you have a sense of, this was passed in 2021 legislation, it's 2023, we're looking at expanding early learning across the state. How is this going in terms of this approach? Do we need to be doing more in thinking about ways that we can get more early childhood educators into the system? You know, might you tell us what you're seeing and what we should be thinking about from the board's perspective?
Thank you for that question, Dr. Michael. Of course, we should be doing more. I do want to share that there is a national early care and education workforce shortage across the country. Maryland is putting regulations and policies in place to support the early care and education workforce. Just last week, we partnered with the AIB on a convening where we brought stakeholders together from childcare, local education agencies, institutions of higher education, brought them to the table to discuss what are some other ways we can diversify the workforce, particularly supporting members of the workforce who do not speak English as their first language. We've also thought about how do we ensure that stackable credentials really are attainable, that we've created institutions of higher education that clearly articulate between the child development associate credential to the associate degree to the bachelor's degree. We've also discussed what are some ways that we can accelerate access to degree completion for non-traditional students, which is most of the incumbent workforce. And we've thought about ways that we can provide credit for prior learning. We've also thought about what are some ways that we can support new members of the workforce and create a pipeline. And we've implemented programs that support apprenticeships for youth apprenticeship programs in high schools that help folks get their child development associate and get a pathway on to becoming a child care teacher, or apprenticeships for the incumbent workforce. So we are doing quite a lot of work on this. We're in the process of capturing data. Soon, we are hoping to release a survey that will capture workforce data and help us to know who in the workforce has their BA degree, AA degree, CDA, and then we'll be able to set key targets using those data to help us move to where we want to go. That's outlined by the blueprint in terms of having certain degrees and credentials by school year 27-28. So there's a lot of work to do, and this is just one component of creating greater flexibility to move people into the early childhood workforce.
Excellent, thank you. Look forward to hearing more about the survey and all that you're finding. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions of clarification? Seeing no other questions of clarification, the floor is now open for motion to adopt amendments to Regulation COMAR 13A 16 Child Care Centers, 13A 18 Large Family Child Care Homes. Floor is now Mr. Ayala with him, and then seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Looks unanimous. Thank you very much. Dr. Cook, we'll come now to the last one. This is permission to adopt amendments to Regulation 13A 150202 Family Child Care, 13A 160202 Child Care Centers, 13A 170202 child care letters of compliance, 13A, 180202, large family child care homes.
Thank you, President Crawford and the board. This was brought for permission to publish to the board on April 25th, 2023. This particular proposed amendment has received one comment that was in support of this proposal, and we've also received many in-person and email letters in support of this particular proposed regulation, which would help expand and diversify the early care and education workforce and allow educators and potential teachers who do not have a Social Security number to use an individual taxpayer ID to receive a license to operate a child care program. I'll stop there. We're just excited that we've finally reached the finish line, and we're preparing all of our back-end data to ensure that this will be ease of use for potential new child care programs to enter this space using an ITIN.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification. See no questions of clarification. The floor is now open for a motion to adopt amendments to regulations under COMAR 13A 150202 family child care, 13A 160202 child care centers, 13A 170202 child care letters of compliance, and 13A 180202 large family child care homes. That'll be Dr. Millie McCarthy, and then seconded by Mr. Gear. The floor is now open for a motion open for a discussion of the motion. See no discussion of the motion. The floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. So it looks unanimous again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Nicely done. Thank you.
Well done.
Okay. We're now going to move to our legislative update. I'll turn to Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. The Education Policy Committee had its first meeting on November 19th in public session. Information about the committee and the committee meeting dates can be found on the State Board of Education website under the Committees and Task Forces section. It is the intention of the board and board leadership that most of the work of the collective board pertaining to education policy will flow through the committee. This allows the committee to look deeply at the work prior to meetings and make informed recommendations to the broader board to drive decision-making and therefore make efficient use of our in-person meeting time. 3 different streams of work are going to flow through this committee. The first is legislative work, which will consist of the development of a fluid legislative platform document, which we currently have a draft of, making position recommendations for specific bills, and advising the Governor and General Assembly concerning legislation needed to improve education statewide. We'll also be looking at regulatory language, so the in-depth examination or development of COMAR regulations, changes to existing COMAR regulations, and recommendations to the broader board about the approval of regulations or the use of regulations to drive policy changes. And lastly, there will be curricular initiatives flowing through our committee, where there'll be oversight of the academic standards frameworks and the regularly scheduled updates to the frameworks in the context of research-based best practices. I would like to recognize that the committee is advised and supported by several dedicated staff members. Our Executive Director, Zach Hands, Mr. Zach Hands, Dr. Akila Aline, and Ms. Laurel Crassley from the Office of Governmental Affairs and Education Policy, and Ms. Amanda White from the Office of the Attorney General will be staff members that will be regularly helping to advise and be thought partners in this work. And as always, our consistent North Star is student achievement and the well-being of all members of our school communities across the state, and the work of the committee will always filter through that lens. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hands to give an overview of our work thus far and our next steps.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker and President Crawford. The Education Policy Committee, chaired by Ms. McCusker, met for the first time this past Thursday to begin a brief review of a draft of the State Board's legislative platform. I wanted to just briefly provide some context for the genesis of that platform, how we got to this point, and what the next steps look like. For many recent years, the State Board has delegated its engagement with the General Assembly, legislation, and the legislative session to the department and the state superintendent. Over the last year, this board has had a number of discussions through the Big Rocks ad hoc group that met prior to the development of the Ed Policy Committee, and most recently at the Ed Policy Committee, about being more engaged and involved with legislation. These conversations resulted in the board seeking to reset the State Board's role and voice in education policy making during the legislative session. Creating a legislative agenda and platform for the first time in several years from the board is a departure from recent practice, but gives the board an opportunity to build critical relationships with legislators and stakeholders, continue to recognize and utilize the policy expertise of the superintendent and staff of the department, and reestablish the board as an advocate and advisor on critical education issues in the state. So as the head of the agency, the board has a statutory role to play in the legislative process. You'll see in this area of statute and in the draft of the legislative platform that the law says that with the advice of the state superintendent, the state board shall recommend to the governor and the General Assembly any legislation that it considers necessary. So it is within the board's purview to be more engaged and to make recommendations on legislation with the necessary input of the superintendent and MSDE. I think as you'll see in the draft legislative platform, which I want to emphasize is still in draft format, nothing is final until you all adopt the platform. The board is seeking to take a practical but meaningful approach to the upcoming session, focused on collaboration and a series of guiding principles. The superintendent also plays a critical role in representing the agency and the board on public matters. The superintendent's designee, typically the lead in government affairs, plays a daily role in the legislative process as well. And at our best, advocacy and participation in this process will be a partnership between the board and the superintendent. So just turning our attention quickly to the 6 principles that are in the draft legislative platform, and I think I skipped an extra slide there, which was kind of the focus of the Ed Policy Committee meeting. The purpose of these principles is to provide a series of guardrails to the board and MSDE going forward into session that will guide how you all will take positions on legislation. For example, in number 3, which is on the screen in front of you, there may be a concept in legislation that the board would support, but that you may not take a position on or support publicly because it would create a new significant fiscal impact for the state in that particular instance. The principles as a whole help signal to the legislature, the public, and internally to the board and MSDE staff where the board is likely to land on any given bill. That being said, I think the committee and the ad hoc Big Rocks group that went before it made sure to try and balance between establishing guardrails and not getting too specific, knowing the volatility of the legislative session and that you all will need to have some flexibility to take positions on bills that may not neatly fit into any one of the principles. As a highlight, the principles demonstrate the board's commitment to fully funding the blueprint, fiscal accountability, supporting the authority of the board, MSDE, and local school systems, and highlight the conditions that the board would support amendments to the blueprint under. This is being shared with the full board today as an update on this process through the Ed Policy Committee, and is still draft and open to additional amendments. In terms of next steps, I know that board leadership plans to discuss in broad terms with the leadership of the AIB some legislative areas of overlap where both boards could align whenever possible. We also hope to get feedback from other stakeholders and finalize any language before it comes to the full board with a recommendation from the Ed Policy Committee for formal adoption at the December meeting. In terms of the overall timeline, the committee and an ad hoc legislative subgroup will discuss details for how often we'll need to meet during the session, ways to effectively engage the department and the superintendent, as well as external stakeholders. We'll probably start to see some pre-filed legislation in late December, early January, and the Ed Policy Committee will start to review legislation around that time. Just a couple of important dates to remember. Session begins on the second Wednesday of January, January 10th in this case, ends on April the 8th, and any legislation that's passed will either need to be signed or vetoed by May 28th, which is 50 days after the end of session. I will turn it back over to Ms. McCusker and President Crawford. Any questions?
Again, this is all draft. We're doing this for the first time. We would appreciate any comments. Have we captured everything? Have we gotten the right? If you've got some ideas or suggestions, Dr. Michael, will you say something? Okay. All right. So again, we're looking at a partnership with the department and with the superintendent, and being also able to start having conversations with key stakeholders to see where we can find areas of agreement. We've heard from some of our meetings in Annapolis was that we'd heard that they would greatly appreciate it, one, if we had a policy agenda, and two, if we could do some level of coordination and reach some kind of agreement, at least in general, about with the major stakeholders about what the priorities were. They thought that would be very helpful to them. Okay, great.
I think it's important to emphasize that at this time, these are just key principles and broad areas of support. We are not looking at any specific bills at this time. This is a very general and broad platform document, not a specific bill-related agenda.
Okay.
That we'll be looking to probably take a much closer look at that as we get closer to the legislative session, and more than likely not necessarily be the initiation point of many of the bills, but rather partner in taking positions with.
I have a quick question. In this back of the document, there are buckets, so kind of like broad areas.
Yeah, we haven't addressed those in committee yet, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just curious if there's going to be some kind of a process where we find out if there are policymakers that are invested in any of these specific areas, and if there will be a process where we can meet with them, or we could have some kind of engagement with them about what is top of mind, front of mind, whatever, for them in these broad areas.
I would expect that as we release this, people that are interested in these broad buckets would certainly reach out. I know that the president and vice president of the board speak regularly with legislative leaders and probably already have some ideas on where we are connecting with some of these legislative leaders. Mr. Hand certainly keeps an eye on what's going on legislatively. But I would expect once this is out of draft form and approved and released, then legislators would be able to go, oh, good, and start making those connections in a more meaningful way.
Yeah, I would anticipate that as well with the department working around some of these topics. What they were saying was just would be helpful would be for us to signal. And then we also know, as you said, Dr. Wilcox, we also know that there's certain topics that are hot button topics for particular legislators. So having conversations with them, maybe we can help them shape their ideas, provide some input along those lines. Absolutely. Okay, already. We are going to, I'm going to now read a statement that would allow us to go into executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 2 appeals, 1 draft order. I'm going to I'm going to publicly set a stretch goal here. You can see I have full support of the board for this. That we would reconvene in an hour. So the floor is now open for a motion that would allow us to go into executive. So that's Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by General Sumter. Seeing no discussion of the motion, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Okay. So we set an outrageous goal to be back in an hour.
We're going into
strange, just us.
Good afternoon. We're reconvening. So I missed it by 7 minutes. C minus. That what?
Epic fail.
Epic failure. Goodness gracious.
C minus.
Okay. All righty. Committee reports. So this is now an opportunity for board members to report out anything, updates or anything. You've done yours this morning. Anything else? Okay.
Maybe Dr. Goldson could.
Yeah, let's let
Dr. Goldson, might you just provide a preview on the on your committee?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. The Education Transformation and Accountability Committee will meet on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023 at 6 p.m. We'll be discussing 3 items: strategic plan implementation, CCR testing.
You want me to hop in?
No.
Yep. No, what was the second item?
I think it's one you.
Implementation of the assessed courses, right?
Oh, yes.
Right.
And also talking about what the plan is for the rest of the year for implementation of the strategic plan, an update of the strategic plan, and a timeline for implementation of the strategic plan, along with some secondary testing questions. So we'll publish the agenda in advance and look forward to community members participating and listening in on November 7th on a virtual meeting. Thank you.
Great. Anything else? Okay. The floor is now open for agenda items. You can identify agenda items for future meetings at this time, or you can do them by contacting Josh, myself, or Zach. Are there any future agenda items that you'd like to talk about now? Yes, please.
So I don't know if this is the right timing or not, but do we do an annual, as a new board member, just asking, review of teacher needs in terms of preparation and what's coming, like what to expect and what the ecosystem of teacher prep provides in terms of gaps or
Numbers or
what's that?
Are you talking about numbers of people?
Not just numbers. I mean, I just in general, like across the board, filling vacancies. What are the what are the strategies?
Oh, you mean, okay, you don't mean the needs of teachers. You
No,
mean how many
no.
teachers we need.
Yeah, sorry.
It's across the state.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
coming out. That's coming
Okay.
across wrong. So
Gotcha.
thank you for helping with the.
Yes.
I'd just add, there's an excellent presentation from 2 summers ago.
Okay.
This was a practice pre-pandemic, and staff may, have it. There was a teacher staffing shortage report. So if you go back, that occurred, I believe, every year, if not every other year.
Okay.
I know that the pandemic disrupted a lot of reports like that, but maybe it's something we can get back on the radar. It's a critical body of work. It takes a lot to get done, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be in by the next meeting. I'm just, what is the right
Yes.
timeline? We're coming up on December. It is time to start considering what the next year is going to look like
Okay.
and doing that on a
Okay,
pace.
we'll add that as a
You mean-
future agenda item. We'll also.
Just educator need, or are you talking staffing in general?
I like the
Classroom.
idea of staffing in general, but educators is what I was starting with. Yeah.
Just curious, thanks.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Johnson.
So in talking with members of the community and teachers, there seems to be a great concern about the performance of our students in terms of students being 2 to 3 years below grade level and where they need to perform. Are we looking at any ways that we can dive into accelerated learning?
Okay. Okay, we can definitely start some conversations with the department about that and come back to you. Absolutely. Anything else? Okay. Okay. Very good. So we've got a couple of items here. We'll be back in touch with you on those. Mr. Shom, have opinions?
You know I always do.
That was a loaded question.
Good afternoon, members of the board. We have 2 opinions to announce and 1 order. In TL and SL versus Howard County Board of Education, this was an early kindergarten admission case. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. This is board opinion number 23-24. And the second is MBEF, College and Career Academies, Inc. versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was the county board denial of a charter school application. And here, the state board reversed the decision of the local board. This is a board opinion 23-25, and is remanding the matter to the local board for further proceedings consistent with the board's decision. And there's 1 order. This is Kaya Brenner versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. This was a remand to the local board upon the agreement of the parties, and with the agreement of the parties, President Crawford remanded the matter to Baltimore City Schools.
Very good, thank you.
And that is all.
Okay, seeing no other business here, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ms. McCusker, and then seconded by the general. I assume there's not going to be any discussion of the motion. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, all right. All righty, great. Thank you much.
One quick question.
It was Carrie.